Hello, hello. Can I hear myself on Twitch? Where is Twitch? Twitch is here. Yes, I can. Whew. Can I hear myself on YouTube?
Has a day-night cycle. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
I can as well, which means that everything is working, which means that I am ready to get flashbanged by my webcam. Come on, little webcam, you can do this. Come on, yes, please start focusing on my face. That's kind of the whole point. You're here for that. Come on, please. What is taking you so long? My face is right there. You can't miss it. God damn it. What is wrong with this webcam? I think it did its job. Okay, good. That means, transition. No, wait. Transition. There we go. I clicked on the wrong button. But hello, everyone. Welcome to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well. You know what? Wait, give me a sec. For instance, didn't see that coming. Please, this is a test on YouTube side. Please tell me this works. Right, I forgot. I don't have enough points on YouTube side. Oh, fuck me. Because like I said, I tried to implement everything on both Twitch and YouTube, but I forgot about that. I mean, I suppose I can give myself set points. 1000 at Happy Owl TV, please. There you go. And I didn't see that coming. Come on, please work.
Didn't see that coming.
Yes!
Did you?
Yes, it works. Nice. Okay, because like I said, I unfortunately could not test things out on YouTube side until we were live. So here we go, testing things slowly but surely. Okay. Another test real quick. Please tell me you work as well. Come on. Yes, okay. For some reason it is kind of slow, but it works still. And I did not die. Yay. Okay. So these, what do you call that? These new stuff, new commands, new everything seem to be working fine, thankfully. Where was I at? Okay, hello, first and foremost. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the stream. I hope you guys are doing well. Hello, Chip. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. I saw your 3 stream streak. We're still back. Yes, indeed, Chip. Once again, thank you for being here. I am sorry that unfortunately you lost your stream streak because of the way Twitch works. But at the very least, the stream counter with the bot has not been reset. So thankfully you have that still. And hello, Ktosh. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. And why did you say bad bot to start? And poor bot has already been reprimanded 1 time now. 1 time already. But hello to you, and thank you very much for the subscription. You resubscribed for the 5th month, and thank you in general for all the subs that you have gifted on the channel these past few weeks. It is very much appreciated, so thank you, thank you, thank you. And then Russian roulette. Chip lived, which is good. Congratulations on living for another day, Chip. Ktosh as well, he lived, and as I can see, Ktosh has more points than Chip because he resubscribed. Because like I said, you know, on the whole Discord server, when I posted the whole update about the bot's capabilities, I mentioned that subscribing will give you more points because I do wish to reward subscribers as well, and it's a way of thanking them, a small way, but still. So that works, which is good, because that is something that was not native to the system that I implemented. So I had to do it myself, so yeah, thankfully it works. That I read. And hello, Mihai, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. I accidentally started a debate war on Reddit. thinking about building my Yansan, so I went on Reddit, Genshin Impact, and made a post asking which lance is better for Yansan, R5 or Nahashi, an event weapon that released the same time with Yansan, or R1 Skyward Spine. And around 20 people started arguing in my comments which weapon is better for her based on stats, passives, and Yansan's kit. Yeah, I mean, that's you. Unless you're talking about directly a signature weapon for a 5-star character, people are going to have some debate. Because, like, for instance, I use none of the weapons you've mentioned personally. On my Yansan, I have an R5 Favonius Lance because I prefer the way my team functions thanks to the energy particles generated by it. So, you see, I can add to the debate and mention that, yeah, you have a variety of weapons most often for 4-star characters. That being said, some weapons tend to be best for some characters, but yeah, sometimes you do have something like that. A debate started on that. The event won for sure only if at R5. I'll take your word for it. I built my Yansan and then I forgot about her. Where's the previous... Are you kidding me, Chip? Are you asking for the previous song redemption reward? So... I came up with this massive update to Hootson, giving him a shit ton of things he can now do. And you're still unhappy, and you're asking me for yet another thing. Brother. I'm just kidding. I just forgot, basically. I just forgot about that redemption reward. I will try to implement it. It shouldn't be that difficult, to be honest. Maybe. We'll see. Which also reminds me, Chip, I looked into the idea you had about a redemption reward, not redemption reward, a command to get your daily check-in if you missed a daily. And I tried thinking how to do that because I don't think anyone has made something like that as far as I know. Because, like, all of the systems you see working in my bot right now, part of them are made...
LT_Mihai on Twitch says, such an ungrateful boy.
Yeah, sorry, I read the message before it was read aloud by the TTS, but yes. Chip, how could you be so ungrateful? Mihai is right. But yeah, what I was saying is that part of the systems that you see implemented here, they are like the base systems were made by other people, and they thankfully, and I'm really grateful for them, they made them publicly available for free. But part of the systems are me messing with their systems, basically. Like, for instance, you see the Russian roulette system. The system itself for the Russian roulette was made by someone else, but it was not integrated into the whole owl coin economy, right? With the owl coins system. So I made that myself. Same thing, for instance, if you start betting with your owl coins, the whole you can either type a number to bet your owl coins, and then you have a 50-50 shot at winning, a 50-50 shot at losing. But like the base system only had a way to bet a specific number. I added the bet all, bet half, bet third, and bet fourth. And let me tell you, brother, it took me 3 goddamn hours to to make that happen. The bet all was okay to do, but the rest, not so much. As soon as you start dividing, it's all like, yeah. It took me 3 hours to make that happen, between the hours of midnight and 3 a.m. Not yesterday, but the day before. Anyway, not the point. So, I don't even know why I started ranting on all of this. Bonjour, Dan. Hello to you and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. And hello to Emmy. Welcome in, welcome in. I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome in, indeed. Where was I at? Oh, right. Sorry. The thing I wanted to mention was about Chip's idea for a missed daily check-in. And unfortunately, if I try to implement that, it would be extremely complicated. Because number one, I don't think anyone has something like that, so I can't just leech off of someone else's work. So I would have to make it myself from scratch. And I don't know how to code, so I would have to make it work with like the existing actions and sub-actions that exist in StreamerBot. And not gonna lie, it would be very complicated because I would need to somehow let my bot know the days I stream, log the information that you were there or not, etc, etc. So it's like really complicated to make it work. And I don't even know if it would be possible, to be fair. I don't even know. And then for the daily, it's singular !daily with a Y, not with an IES at the end. If you want to check in, it will just count the number of times you've been on the stream. If you type that command, otherwise it doesn't work anymore. Otherwise it doesn't do shit. But yeah, it would be !daily, singular and not plural. But speaking of Dan, I missed a message earlier from Dan. I'm still not used to giving R99 units non-signature psi cubes. Hitting 9 mil on main's bulletin and trying to get 10 mil motivated me to min-max flutter page. I have to admit I'm not used to it either, but it is becoming more and more common, and well, fortunately or unfortunately, I don't know. But Flutterpage's psi cube is the one that gets passed around a lot, right? It gets passed around way too much for some reason. Oh wait, I missed a bunch of messages. Where was I at? Uncle, I didn't get you, La. I was at 53 pity. Did the banner change? Oh yes, the banner changed. Oh shit, I'm sorry, Tosh. I guess you built some pity for the chronicled banner at the very least, so next time you will have an easier time getting whatever you want. That's basically the best we can do with that, I guess. So now I'm pulling Skirk. I know I probably won't get Escoffier if I get Skirk, but I guess I will cope with Mona, Skirk, Rina, Mika. Not gonna lie, I have Skirk without Escoffier, and life is tough. Life is tough. Escoffier brings so much to Skirk. It is hard for me to recommend pulling for Skirk without Escoffier, not gonna lie. Given my own experience. I won't say that my Skirk's build is the best, but it's certainly not the worst. And yeah, she's not pulling the same numbers as some of my other characters, that's for sure. Bonjour. Steel Ball Run tomorrow, let's go. Chip, what are you talking about? I mean, for Stygian, Fav is always better. Yes, for Stygian specifically, that's definitely true. I read Dan's message, I saw Emmy, and oh shit, Chip, thank you very much for the resubscription for 11 months. That should have given you some points as well, I believe. Yes, your balance is indeed higher than it was. Thank you very much for supporting the channel. Almost a year now that you've been subscribed to the channel. I really do appreciate both the sub, of course, and your presence on stream. Don't stress yourself about it. Right now, everything's fine. Yeah, we do have like a lot, right? I did manage, in my opinion, I managed to implement a lot of shit in the past week or so, right?
Rel_me hi on Twitch says, I want to kill my dentist, I'm free from braces, and now he is making me wear some type of mouth guard to keep my teeth together, and it hurts so bad having to take it out or put it back in because it fits perfectly around my teeth in a specific type of way that is very painful.
Wait, so... I do remember that you mentioned on the Discord server that you were braces free, right? So now you still have something to add to that? Oh man, that's... do you know how long you will need to use those that mouth guard? Because I think my best friend has one as well. I believe, if I recall correctly. Also, we saw back. We saw back for what? Do you mean like for the stream streak, or did you mean something else? Although Twitch being so ass, resubbing in mobile is unavailable, and I had to turn on my bloody weak-ass laptop in order to fix my payment method. I've never used the Twitch mobile app, really, so I've no idea how that works. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but when Mihai used the TTS, it says LT_Mihai from Twitch, on Twitch, says blah blah blah. Let me start something. Let me try something. Hello, I am happy. Owl TV. Please tell me this works. Come on.
Happy Owl TV on YouTube says, hello, I am Happy Owl TV.
Yes, it works. So there you go. YouTube side also has TTS now. There is a 1 minute cooldown on it, just like there is a 1 minute cooldown on Twitch's side. Each cooldown is separate, but the message will not overlap because they are in a similar... Anyway, I won't bore you with the details. But yes, like a lot of the things that already existed on Twitch through... Chip. That's the one thing. The TTS command only exists on YouTube side.
Keeking's husband 69 on Twitch says, oh yeah, Keeking, oh yeah, her skin is so beautiful. Oh yeah.
The fuck are you talking about, Tosh? I mean, yes, her skin is quite beautiful. I do like her outfit, but other than that, I'm not sure why you had to write that down right now. But Chip, you cannot abuse the system because, what you call that? Everything that exists within the redemption reward of Twitch stays the same, and it will be the way through which you guys on Twitch can use these things. Like every sound alert only exists in the redemption reward on Twitch. You cannot use commands on Twitch to use these sound alerts. The problem is that YouTube does not have a redemption reward system because they don't have a currency system, etc. So for YouTube side, I made it commands that will be paid with owl coins that you should be able to gain by watching stream, etc. So the commands for sound alerts and TTS only work on YouTube side. On Twitch's side, they remain redemption rewards and not commands. Because, for this very specific reason, Chip, to avoid people abusing from the system. Abusing the system, I mean. I did try to think about every potential plan and whatnot, but not gonna lie, I mean, I tried to do everything I could, but I may or may not have missed things. So hopefully, over time, I'll manage to make everything work properly. Maybe for the rest of my life, for the first 3 months, I have to wear it 24/7, only take it out before eating, and after 3 months, I only have to wear it at night. I see. I do believe my best friend has something like that as well, and she has... I don't remember if she wears it all the time. I'm not entirely sure. I don't believe so, but it might be the case. And she's been wearing it for a few years. But thankfully, it's mostly invisible, so like... And it's on her lower jaw, teeth, I guess. So it's mostly invisible, right? Is yours visible as well, or is it invisible? When I say invisible, it's not fully invisible, but you don't really notice it. Like, I don't notice it when she's speaking. I don't see the mouth guard or anything like that. It is completely transparent, is what I mean to say. So is it something similar for you, Mihai, or is it something different? I don't know. I've never had braces or mouth guards in my life, so my experience is mostly through my best friend's experience, because she has had braces and mouth guards. So most of my knowledge comes from her, basically. Let's go. And the shoutout command, Ktosh, is something that only I and moderators can use. meaning, well, me, because I have no moderators. There is just me. Oh, that reminds me, there was one more thing I wanted to implement, and it was a way for you guys to be able to send links, but I would have to whitelist the website that you would be used. Aha! Emmy, I saw what you tried to do there. You sure it can't be abused, the TTS? Yes, because you don't have enough owl coins yet. You can type !bank to see how many owl coins you have. But yes, ! TTS, like most of the, not all of the commands, but all of the, what would you call that, the game-like commands and stuff like that, all of these will, what would you call that, will require some points. So for instance, since you're on YouTube side, let me type this, ! price, TTS, and please tell me it works. Please tell me it works. Or did I forget? Ah, shit, I forgot to implement the... no! See? I didn't implement the answer for TTS. Okay, but as you can see on YouTube side, all of these commands, ! bank, bad bot, daily, commands, Discord, good bot, etc. All of these are free. But things like, for example, ! sound, no, price, sound, alerts. Yeah, this should work, I believe. Come on. Anya. This is not what I wanted to do. Wait, price, Berenice. Because Berenice is one of the sound alerts, and you should... Come on, please tell me. Yes, okay, it's the right message. All sound alerts cost 150 owl coins. It's the same price of the on Twitch, but with feathers for the redemption rewards on Twitch. I implemented the exact same pricing on both sides. That being said, what do you call that? Yeah, aside from the TTS, you can type ! price space the name of something, and it, well, there is no rock command. Emmy. You typed ! price rock. There is no rock command. Sound alert gives you a list of all the sound alerts that exist. It is a long ass list, but I tried my best. And each sound alert costs 150. So there you have it. By the way, I know. Oh no, it's because you mistyped it. Okay. For a second there, I thought it didn't work out properly, but you mistyped Rockabye Baby. You added an A, price, rock... you know what? Let me just copy and paste it. There, and there. Ah, you typed it before... Wait, what? Oh, and now I mistyped price. God damn it. We truly are a pair, Emmy. I mistyped price, you mistyped Rockabye Baby. Rock, paper, scissor? There is no rock, paper, scissor command. Yeah. Maybe I could make a game like that. Like, with commands and stuff like that. Maybe. Yeah, I suppose I could, probably.
Hill_Mihai on Twitch says, Ye Shungguang Zhao and Sunna is so easy to play, I legit play it with a single hand even in Hollow Point, while scrolling reels lol.
Yeah. I mean, I don't have Suna, I use Dial-In instead, but it is a fairly easy team to use indeed. I do agree with you. And Ye Shungguang is extremely strong, let's be honest. Let's be honest with that. But wait, did I miss messages while I was playing around with commands? I don't think so. There is one more thing I wanted to try there. Okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, I didn't think it would be like that. Ah, so the rank system... Wait a second, why did it... Oh god, there is something wrong with the rank command. Oh god, in the Pokemon community game. Shit, I have to remove that one. I have to exclude that one from the rankings. But why did it happen twice? Oh, I know why that's the case. Okay, I see the problem. Okay, I am going to disable that command for now. The exclamation mark rank until it works the way it was intended to work. I just need to find out where it is. I have so many files, man. Is it? Oh god. Wait, where is it? Oh no, it should be in core command here. Leaderboard. Okay, yes, there you go. I have disabled the leaderboard one. Yeah, I have to... Yeah, okay, I have to... Yeah, okay. Once it is ready... and by the way, let me grab that Pokemon community game. Shit, I have to find that again. Settings... Groups... point exclusion, add... Pokemon community game. There you go. Select. Okay. There we go. Okay, the Pokemon community game has been excluded from... what do you call that? From the ranking system now. So at the release there is that. I am already excluded. I excluded myself and my bot. But I kind of forgot about the Pokemon community game. Okay, but the other interesting thing is that the point system's rank is based on both Twitch and YouTube. I thought there would be a distinct rank for YouTube and another one for Twitch, but I suppose not, because they are the same variable name. Oh god. Well, we'll see. We'll see what we can do about that later. I didn't think about that. Yeah, because again, like I said, I can't test things on YouTube while we are not live. But hello, gamer, and welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. We are testing new commands. We have a lot of new commands available with the bot, and we are testing things out. And it seems I did not manage to make everything work the way I wanted. Despite spending maybe like 14 hours working on this shit. Oh well. But anyway, hello to you and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Uncle, what is happening? Literally have been farming the newest set in Genshin for 3 days, didn't get a single flower, and I don't mean a good flower, just a flower so I can get a 4-piece. That is called bad luck, I'm afraid, Ktosh. I don't really have an answer for you, man. It's just like, unfortunately, the artifact system, the relic system, all of them, they're all based on luck. I've been farming the set for a Galaya in Honkai Star Rail for the last 3 weeks, month or so, or something like that. I haven't had a single decent piece. So, decent. I'm not even asking for a great piece. I'm just asking for a decent piece. I didn't get a single one of those. So it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Welcome to gacha grind, I suppose. Finish building my Miyabi, Evelyn, Ishwa, and all to a satisfied level. Now I'm on Yidari. Good luck with that. For some reason I thought of Yidari not too long ago. Not in that sense. There was a specific reason why I thought about Yidari, but I can't think of why that was the case. No, I don't remember why. Was it because of Yidari teams? Or was it maybe because of the endgame content that was tailored to her? Or something like that? I genuinely don't remember. I genuinely don't remember. Anyway. Oh, by the way, if Dan is still on YouTube side, if we have more people on YouTube side, there was one thing I wanted to ask. Is the fact is that I always post a schedule for the week on the Discord server, but I do realize that not everyone is on the Discord server, not everyone uses the Discord server, but it is a schedule where I announce which game we're going to play on which day of the week, right? And I just realized that there was one thing called community posts on YouTube. It's something I've never used in my life. And I'm not just talking as a streamer, YouTuber, or whatever. I'm talking just in general. Even on my personal account, I've never, looked at community posts. So it's a feature I had completely forgotten. But I was wondering if it would be nice for you guys on YouTube to have the schedule on community posts every week.
Yidari I have at 72%, 180% crit ratio, and 18 KHP after rotation. Still got a lot work to do and to get her SIG, which gives 25% CR as a passive.
Oh right, she's built with HP. Oh shit, I forgot about that. Because I myself, I don't have Yidari, so I don't even know what set is good for her or not. But the stats that you described seem pretty good. That being said, yeah, no, I can't even say that because I don't know how she works. Because, some characters, they give themselves crit rate, some others give themselves crit damage through their core passive. I don't know how she works specifically. I'm all over. I just got my blood work started, dropped off blood sample for labs. I'm about to fill out my taxes spitefully. And I wasn't going to get Varka in time for I spent 30 and managed to get a 5-star to pull only to lose him to the lovely Inazuman therapist. She's now at C1, yay. But I'm doing mostly okay. How are you? You got the wrong Animos 5-star character, didn't you? God damn it. Yeah, and now his banner is over, right? Shoot. Well... you're gonna have to wait for a rerun, unfortunately. Well, it is sad because I wish you had managed to get him because I really do love Varka as a character. His gameplay is also quite fun. Like I've mentioned before, I don't like the rest of his team, but I like him specifically. And I hope that you do manage to get him on a rerun next time. But yeah, I mean, apparently you're not even mad you lost to her. Okay, if you're still happy about it, then that's fine, right? And then you asked how I was. I'm doing okay. The only thing is, like I've mentioned, I am planning on, what'd you call that? I am planning on making a video about Chapter 12 of Reverse 1999. The problem is, I want to write a script and do all of that, so I need notes, right? So, between yesterday and today, I have spent around 5 hours and 30 minutes rewatching my own VODs to take notes. So, because, I've talked about it during one stream last week, but I would like to get back into making YouTube long-form videos. Specifically... kind of funny, but still summaries that are factual about stories that we are going through. I don't know if I'll be able to make it happen because it does take a lot. I just spent almost 6 hours just taking notes. I haven't even started recording. I haven't started editing, etc. So I don't know how long and how much time it is going to take me to do that. I don't know if I can make it happen every week. I will try my best. We will see how it goes. But yeah, so yeah, I had to rewatch my own VODs, and goddamn, I yap a lot. I mean, I will say one thing. I don't know if I'm just throwing myself flowers or something. I do enjoy my own streams. I will say that. I do enjoy watching my own streams. That being said, I skipped a lot of the yapping because of time. And I watched it in 2x speed because I needed to get the notes, right? But from time to time, I do put it at 1x speed just to see what you guys experience. And I will say I do enjoy my own stream, which is a good thing, I suppose, right? Because if I didn't, that would be kind of sad. My bad, I'm already on quite a few Discord servers and forgot to join yours. Will do after the stream. Oh, you don't have to, Dan. It was not a way to pressure you into joining the Discord server. It's okay. I mean, if you want to, you're welcome to. If you don't want to, if you don't use Discord or whatnot, that's absolutely fine. I was just wondering if it is something that YouTube side would want to see every week, like the schedule. That way you guys know exactly what we're going to play, etc. Because honestly, the only thing I'm going to do is just copy and paste what I already write on Discord. I will still have to format it differently because community posts on YouTube don't have the same formatting, but otherwise, you know, it's not that big of a deal, and that way YouTube side knows as well. So I just figured maybe it would be a nice thing for everyone to have the schedule like that. Yidari is on the same set as Ishwan and set 2 set Branch and Blade. Oh right, the 16% crit damage one, right? Also back, what did I miss after I watched one of our friends lose the Gamba? Wait. Who lost the Gamba? What are you talking about, Chip? But welcome back, that being said. And hello, Asriel Cat, I believe. How many cats do we have now? We have quite a few cats, not today specifically on chat, but we've seen quite a few cats. But you are the first Asriel Cat, specifically, right? But hello to you and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. I am in France, Frenchman. Ah! Oh, right, but wait, no, you are the cat from all those many months ago, right? I think. The one who travels to France from time to time for work or something like that, I believe. But I think you changed your name. I believe, maybe. I don't know. It's been a while. But hello to you. I hope you're enjoying your stay in France. I hope that everything goes well, and I hope you have time to visit the beautiful nature and places that we have in France. Yes, it is you, okay. I do remember now. It's been a while. Chip, I know you're gonna be sad, but I'm gonna have to deny the potential bot that has been detected by Twitch. So I am quite sorry, Chip, but you can send a message to listed display fox OGCKH. You can send them a message. They are apparently a bot that Twitch detected. Do we know who Ashvale runs with? Yeah, Ashvale runs during the entire patch. Tosh, Ashvale runs during the entire patch. Hycin runs in the first phase, and Boot Heel has a rerun in the second phase. That's how it works. With that lengthy of a name, I'm not even gonna bother. I mean, to be fair, man, most bots have very long-ass names, right? And just, you know, random word names. I purchased the crystals with the losing being a possibility in mind. I am indifferent. She's far on the list for building, so good for her. Okay, I see. I mean, to be fair, I haven't built her myself, but I would not really recommend building her. It's because, like, she's gonna be hard to play with. I mean, she's not really all that strong, is basically what I'm saying. I just realized Arya's banner is over in 4 days, and I still haven't done her trial. It happens to me as well, Bihai. It happens to me as well. Sometimes I completely forget about this shit. But there are like 20 polychromes to get, so don't forget to do it. Or let me into the Discord so that next time I'm on Wuwa, I'll send my Luke build only to show the BS luck I got on his one cost echoes. Let me into the Discord. I don't have to let you in. It's what do you call that? The door is open. I can just type Discord. There you go. Ah shit, it's going to send it on both Twitch and YouTube. Well, that way... Oh, wait! Ah, okay. Ah, for some reason, the bot on YouTube side is quite slow. I don't know what this is all about, but, I mean, it is what it is, I suppose. But there you go. That is the Discord server's link. And sure, by the way, I have disabled both the character review and the account review for today and tomorrow. Just because today and tomorrow I was supposed to not yap too much, even though it's already been 50 minutes. Because, right, I changed the schedule. Tomorrow we are not starting Wuthering Waves 3.2? 3.3? 3.2. Tomorrow we are doing Moldier's Quest, Moldier's Story. Because, otherwise I don't exactly know when to do her story. Because next week we have both ZZZ and HSR having their update, so it's kind of a packed week. Plus next week we'll also have Igor's story plus his pulls, right? So next week is way too packed. We don't have time next week. And after next week, Moldier's story will be gone. So I do want to do it before it's gone, so we are going to do it tomorrow. Which means I am going to start the game now, because I do have to try and preserve my vocal cords as best as I can, because I'm going to voice act, guys. Shit, this is an insult to actual voice actors. I shouldn't say that. I will read, guys. I am going to read the dialogue. There. Is it me or? Oh no. Okay, no, it is me. Never mind. Wait, I lost my chat. Chat is here. There we go. But yeah, just like I mentioned, Gamer UK, joining the server is free. There is no system to prevent you from joining it. However, I can always ban you if there is an issue. That's so far how I've been making it work. In other words, like, I allow anyone and everyone to join, but if someone does something wrong, I will ban them indeed. Hoyavans, don't do this to me. I have less than 5 days left. Still 24 pulls to do to get her. 5 days, 24 pulls? Oh, but you are on a guaranteed, so at least there is that. I do wish you good luck, Mihai. And wait. No, why did it not work? Chips bet all. Or maybe you did it too soon. Thank God there was a cooldown. I guess so. I didn't remember if I put a cooldown on it or not. I guess I did. Wait, where is it? Dice Gamble, I think it's this. Yes, that's the bet one. Oh, right, I have to look it up here. Currency 4 points. Nope, it's not this one. Currency games, dice roll. Right, there is a 30 seconds cooldown. I forgot I put that in place. Well, I guess I accidentally saved you, Chip. By the way, let me switch to the game because it has been launched. Let OBS capture that. And there you go. The game has been launched indeed. By the way, since we are on Reverse 1999, wait, I forgot what I was going to say now. And, Gamer, why did you say bet? Bet you can get banned? I hope not. You seem like a nice person. I don't particularly want to ban you. I usually don't like banning people, but I will do it if I need to. If I feel like someone is ruining the experience for others. Get banned, speedrun. Speedrun. I hope not, but we'll see about that. We'll see, we'll see. I mean, I don't remember how fast is the last time we banned someone. Because it has happened before. It has, indeed. And I see you guys are having fun with the betting system. Good, 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 good. It is meant to be used. No, that's not. No. That's what we wanted to do. Do we have to? Oh, right. I still do have to take a look at Marsha's survey. I mean, we don't really need to because, you know, I've already... what do you call that? I've already... We've seen her, how she plays, I think, on stream. Yes, I do believe I've played her on stream. So, yeah, we can go into her story mode right away. I'm a gambler. I bet all every time and I won. Congratulations to you. Like I've mentioned on the Discord server, you can also bet half, third, and fourth of your earnings or of your coins, and it will what do you call that? It will.
Hell T_me on Twitch says Marsha and the bear. Exploding head.
Marsha and the bear? I don't know what you're talking about, Mihai. Where did you see a bear? And Ktosh, there is no command to ban chip. And even if there was, it would just be me having the authority to do that, of course. Do it right now. Well, I mean, I can. Well, no, because there is no timeout on Discord, right? On Discord, it's either ban or nothing, right? I think. And I don't know how to unban people, so I'd rather not. I'd rather avoid having to do that. Man, hopefully they lock Marsha in the trial and let us use our own units. I don't believe that's the case, right? And by the way, Dan says that the survey is rather quick for a defensive unit. Yes, but it's also using some of the best DPSs in the game, right? Because honestly... Oh, wait, no, it's also because my Isolde is P5. But I'm really surprised by my my Isolde's damage. You know what? If you guys want to, we can take a look at the trial version as well. Why not? Oh, right, she has these things. Right, she has 3 because she's P2, huh? Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I do not have P2
what I'm good at.
barrel yet. Maybe one day.
I can hear it.
And
Comme la
there we go.
soleil le destin.
Sorry, Marsha. Oh, Marsha and the bear. It would be. Oh, it's a. Oh, okay. Wait. It's a popular animated series in Russia. Marsha and the bear.
Get it.
Oh, I think maybe Zhuk mentioned that before. Maybe, potentially.
There's
maybe.
strength in restraint.
But now that you guys mention it like that, it does somewhat ring a bell indeed. Howard, but Loki, I don't know how to unban. See? So, yeah, I'd rather not ban you, gamer, unless it is for a grave offense, and I actually do need you to be banned.
Derive let me handle the pain. Restraint is part of what I'm good at.
There we go. Does Marsha's shield thing count as follow-up?
The overflow of the Sephiroth. Stop this violence.
I would assume, yeah, it counts as a as an extra action. I think.
Rise and shine.
I'm not sure. It's a good question, but I'm not sure.
Peace and quiet. Patience.
And hello, Zenny. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in.
Beneath the veil. Let me handle Derive dans le flot des Sephiroth. Higher
Al, I would like to say that I got Escoffier for doing my own summoning ritual and won my 50-50. Congratulations on your Nest Coffee! I tried pulling for her, I just did a couple of 10 pull. In reality, I just wanted to, what do you call that? To get a round number for my pity. I unfortunately got nothing, to be fair. I got nothing myself. But it's okay, I'm building pity for Nicole, I guess. But congratulations to you on your Escoffier, I hope you have fun. I believe you have Skirk, right, Zenny? I mean, extra action, but yeah, point still stands. I would assume it counts as an extra action indeed, Chip. Marsha's, wait, Chip, do you know if Medicine Pocket's shield thing counts as an extra action? Because if Medicine Pockets count, I would assume Marsha counts as well. Because it's basically the same thing, right? I think.
A sacred charge.
Because at the end of the day,
Patience.
Marsha is just Medicine Pocket, but for Lingering Glow specifically, right? She kind of works similarly, kind of, right? Kind of. One way to find out, put 37 in the party. That is true, I forgot about that. That is one way to find out indeed. But I don't think we can do it here in the, what do you call that? In
I can hear it.
the trial thingy, right? And now we have ads. Nope, I don't have her, but I'm trying to get Skirk too. Ah, okay. I wish you good luck then, Zenny, because they do work really, really well together. Holy shit! Beryl P2 is no joke. Huh. I mean, Beryl is no joke in the first place, right? But still, it is really, really impressive. Wait, is that... Yeah, it is 7 million damage. God damn, girl. God damn. Try it on Numa analysis. Marsha, J37, New Babel? What kind of a team is that? And how does the shield stacking work? Because I know that you have to be very specific with the shield stacking between J and New Babel.
Says, honestly, this banner is mostly going to pull weapon banner because I need Llama's and Nefer's weapon.
Wait, Lauma and Nefer are rerunning right now? I don't... I'm not sure, not sure what you're talking about, Mirai. Because right now we have, now we have just Skirk and Escoffier, right? I think. Probably, maybe. Or do you mean that you're just going to pull the weapon banners for Skirk and Escoffier? But that... Yeah, no, I'm confused. I am confused. And with the cleanse, and with the control immunity, and with the round refresh on shields... right, yeah, no. I do realize that Marsha provides a lot more than Medicine Pocket, to be fair. But still, yeah, they work in a similar manner with the shield refresh when they get attacked. That was mostly my point. I would put Kiperina instead of 37 or J. But wouldn't that be too many shields? And yeah, like I've mentioned, how does the shield stacking work between Marsha and Jay? Because I know that with Miss New Babel, you need to use Jay's shield first, and then apply New Babel's shield, I think. Because if you do it the other way around, it removes Jay's ability to do his follow-up attack. So it's kind of complicated or something. One way to find out. I can't do the Numa analysis because it will require some... I've already done the... what do you call that? I've already done my dailies today. So it would require me to spend some... stamina? Cellular activity. There you go. I found the word. Badly. That's how it would work. I see. I'm building pity for the future. Ah, yes. Famous last words. Good luck to you on that, Mihai. Just meme this one out. We could do it on a different day. But right now I do wish to start off with the story, because I don't know how well my vocal cords are going to handle it. Because I will be honest, last week, for some reason my vocal cords took a hit. Like after Saturday's stream, specifically after the almost 9-hour stream, my vocal cords took a hit, and today I already feel tired, and I have to stream like for the next 4 to 6 hours, right? So we're gonna try starting on the story, and because it will also depend on how I feel tomorrow to read moldier stories, so there is all of that in my mind. If only I have Marsha. Currently at 57 pull. Ah, good luck to you. You're getting close. You're getting close to getting her, right? And you still have a week left before she goes away. Okay, according to Emmy, I think you would somehow to not get attacked for 3 rounds, then use Jay's shield, and then Marsha's shield on top, hopefully would let Jay's shield work. Right, because I forgot, but as soon as you start the battle, you already get a shield from Marsha. So it would override Jay's ability to put up his shield, or rather have his extra actions, right? Oh yeah, I know, so they don't work at all together. Hence why you said you have to wait 3 rounds, right? Yeah, so that doesn't work at all. That's yeah. Poor Jay. Jay deserves a what you call that? Jay deserves a euphoria, I think, at this point. He kind of needs it. By the way, if you saw me disappear, I was just grabbing some tea. I have some tea ready to soothe my throat as we start this reading session. I will say, I have not watched Marsha's trailer, I think. Maybe? I don't remember. I don't think so. So I have no idea what this story is going to be about. And Tosh says, or you could play Lilia. We did! I don't know if you were still there on stream, but I remembered that you had redeemed the Choose My Team, and I did use Lilia at some point when we finally got into a fight. J Euphoria be like Lingering Low, Shield Priority, Follow-Up Unit. Yeah, but again, I have to question exactly how Jay's shield would work. Yeah, okay, that's why you mentioned shield priority in Lingering Low. Because otherwise you wouldn't be able to play Jay with... who do you call that? With Marsha, right? Jay doesn't work either with Blood Tithe, right? Even though he does consume HP, because of the shield he provides, it prevents other characters from losing HP, right? I think. So he wouldn't work with that either. So the only team he works in currently is with burn teams, which doesn't really exist. Not great, brother. Not great. Now then, stage 1 on the inside. Oh, are we in a church?
Ich, Marsha, lege feierlich diesen Eid vor meinen Brüdern des Orden ab.
Oh, she speaks, and more importantly, she speaks German.
Ich gelobe Treue und Gehorsam, allen Besitz zu entsagen, für meine Brüder zu sorgen und den Orden niemals zu verlassen. Ich gelobe, den Hochlandorden in Ehren zu halten, ihn treu zu verteidigen und meine Pflichten mit unerschütterlicher Hingabe zu erfüllen.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, yeah, no, okay, so the the chat no longer covers the subtitles. I'm so happy it works the way I intended it to. Because when I rewatched some of my old VODs, like I've mentioned, I noticed that part of chat was covering the subtitles, and I don't like that. So I just wanted to make sure now. Very accurate translation too. Ah, thank you for mentioning. I will say I understood some of the words. A few. A handful. Not that many. But I did understand some of the words.
Ich gelobe, diesen Eid ohne Trug zu wahren, den Gesetzen der Tugend zu folgen und den Rat meiner Brüder zu ehren.
Oh, by the way, Dan, how would you rate her accent when speaking German?
Bis zum Tage meines Todes.
For me, she kind of sounds English speaking, maybe? Kind of? Ktoś, you translated cow chocolate, which I assume you wrote in Polish. The fuck is a cow chocolate, man? And hello, Deidra, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, are you good? Because I don't. Is it because of the problem, like you can't connect to Honkai Impact 3rd servers? I read your messages on the Discord server. I haven't had time to reply to it, but I saw your exchange with Spada. Is the problem persisting, Deidra? Fluent, at least B2 or better. Oh, really? Oh, okay. See, this is why I specifically ask people who actually know the language. Because for me, I kind of thought that she sounded more like an English speaker speaking German. But I guess I was just wrong. Because to be fair, I don't know the language, right? I mean, I've heard it quite a few times in my life, but I don't speak it myself, right? So this is why it's important, and this is why it's lovely to have people from all around the world. Polish in Reverse 1999 when? I don't think we have a Polish character, as far as I know. A hand rests on her shoulder, bringing with it the weight of enormous responsibilities. Right, she's being sworn into the knighthood, I suppose, the Order of the Knights. So this is a prequel sort of story, right? Or maybe it's just going to be a flashback? Not entirely sure. Like, this specific scene is a flashback, and then we're going to move on to the future or something like that. But Ktoś, do not despair. Maybe one day, maybe you will have a Polish character. Only confirmed Polish character we have is Rabies. This the scarecrow dude, right? I mean, he sounds like a sweetheart. Well, sounds. No, he doesn't. He seems like a very nice person, but his name is Rabies and he's a scarecrow. So the first impression you get of him, it might not always be the best. And Genshin account too. Oh, really? Do you know why that is the case? Like, because I would assume you're using the North American servers, right? Because that's how Oyo works. You have North America, you have Asia, and then you have a European server, right? I don't believe they have more than that, as far as I can tell. In the name of our sacred order, and with the blessings of the Lord above, we accept your oath. We bestow upon you these gifts, bread, pure water, and your robes. She puts her hands together and allows the heavy cloak to settle on her shoulders. Another weight shifts onto the cloak, a hand. From today onwards, you walk the path of a knight.
It is more of a burden than an honor, Marsha.
I understand.
She clutches her hands together, feeling the warm moisture of her palm on her palms. Fallback position, the foundation. Oh, this is during 1920. I remember this place and this building. This is where there was an attack, right? If I recall correctly. I don't know, it's like an account got taken down? Did you use mods or something like that? I would assume probably not, but just in case I'll ask. Because that would be weird. You should, if that is the case, you should contact customer service. Maybe they can help you out with figuring out what's going on. Of course not. Okay. So yeah, you should contact customer service to see if they have an idea as to what's going on with your account. I don't know how fast they reply though, but I know they do reply because I've seen people post things about these kinds of things online before. The knight folds her hands once more. A rare peace settles over the safe zone, yet it does little to soothe the dead and dying.
Hear my prayer.
Okay, so it was just a flashback that we saw, and now we're back in... I mean, this is a different flashback, I guess. Never mind. You get my point. First flashback was when she just joined. New flashback is from basically around the time of chapter 11, right? Brothers and sisters, you have proven your courage to this day. Do not fear the darkness. I shall pray for you. May you rest in peace and in the light. She finishes her prayer and opens her eyes, composing herself once more. Since their long retreat, they've been forced to tend to the heavily wounded on the move. But for every soldier they save, another succumbs to infection. So many lives lost needlessly. If only we had proper facilities or just clean bandages. She lets out a heavy sigh. Marsha moves to comfort her. We've done all that we could, Marguerite.
There's no need.
Every life is precious, but it is not in our hands to decide who lives and who dies. Sister Marsha, Commander Creyas is asking for you. I am on my way. Marsha looks over the dressing station once more before she leaves. Are we going to get to see Creyas?
Commander Creas.
I have received a report from Razor Squad. They say they've encountered a Ochlan Knight in Sen, not far from the front lines.
Do you mean...
Someone from my order? It seems so. Razor has attempted contact, but she made it clear she has no intention of evacuating. I need you to go to Sen and find out what's going on. We've temporarily put Manus Vindictae on the back foot, but it's only a matter of time until they come back in force. We can't have these sorts of loose ends blunting our efforts. I do believe you may be able to bridge the gap between the Foundation and your former comrade.
I'll do my best.
I'll do what I can. But the dressing station... We're moving as many of the wounded as we can to the rear tomorrow. The real hospitals. 2 real hospitals. They'll see proper care. There's a train to Sen in 2 hours. You're to leave as soon as possible. Understood, sir. So they're sending her on a new mission? Yeah, I did contact customer service, and now I have to wait 1 to 5 work days. So my Abyss rank is going to a beautiful hell. Ah, shit. Well, I mean, at this point, I think the more important thing is not the Abyss rank. I know you probably worked really hard to get that, but the really important thing is for your account to be back, right? Because I think it would be worse if, for some reason, the account was lost forever or something like that, right? So let's hope that customer service replies to you really, really soon. I heard they started taking down accounts for using cheaper prices on websites or something. I don't know about that, but I don't think Daedra is a paying player. I think Daedra is free to play as far as I know. Once fall into agony and didn't go out of that hell for months. It takes that long to change, what do you call that? To change your ranking? Is that difficult? The knight touches her pauldrons as she leaves the office.
I'm glad.
It's been so long. She feels a wave of relief, but it is soon tinged with anxiety. The train pulls into the station with a long whistle. Marsha feels the tension in her neck relax a little as she steps off with the rest of... Hey! Marsha, you're finally here. Razor stands waiting for Marsha at the station. A look of pained helplessness is written across his face.
What is it?
Mr. Razor, please inform me of the situation in full. You were told about the knight that has refused to speak with us, correct? Well, there is another problem. We've gotten word of extensive movement from Matters Vindicta in the region. An offensive, perhaps. Or at the very least, a sizable troop redeployment.
But...
Our orders are to clear the area of civilians. But your old comrade, he refuses to budge. He shakes his head begrudgingly.
Why?
She won't evacuate? Do you have any idea why? I think that's something only you can figure out. But if her replies are any indication, she seems intent on fighting Matters Vindicta.
What?
By herself? That seems entirely unreasonable.
Exactly.
Now you see why we wanted you. We know that the Knights of Hochland Order are powerful. You're living proof of their capabilities. But we can't just let her charge out alone against Manus. It'll put our operations at risk. And we don't want unnecessary bloodshed. Our vows are a sacred commitment. It is little wonder she would want to fight. Still, I don't understand why someone from my order would refuse to cooperate.
What happened?
There must be some reason she's being so stubborn. I wonder what she's after. Marsha keeps that question in mind as she takes her leave from Razor and walks from the station into the city. To be continued. Oh wow, we already finished the first one. I'm actually kind of proud of myself for going so fast. Or wait, for those of you who may or may not have finished this story already, is it relatively short, or was it just the first stage that was kind of short? Oh, and Dan, I don't know if Deidara, you saw the message from Dan, but Dan says good luck getting the account back. I actually switched to R99 after losing mine in another Eden. How did you lose your account, Dan? Like, do you know what happened? Do you mind sharing what happened? That's also... you don't have to answer my questions as always. I know I will retrieve my account, so that is why my abyss is the most painful to me. Well... I get the idea. I mean, the only ranking system I have is in AFK Journey, and I think right now I'm like in the top 30s, like between 30 and 40, top 30 and 40 of my server in PvP. So I would like to keep that ranking, yeah. And if I don't play for a few days, I will lose my ranking because other people are going to attack me and I'm going to lose some points. So it is something that would make me sad. So I do understand your feeling. I got to Node 6 in around an hour. Okay. That is... but I'm assuming you don't yap like I do, Dan, right? When you're playing. I assume. That is why you have to be glad that the other Hoyoverse games don't have ranking. Yeah, honestly I don't mind. I mean, technically speaking, ZZZ does have a ranking system. It doesn't matter, it's just for your own personal knowledge, I guess. But there is a ranking system for their threshold simulation and for their What is it called again? I do believe Deadly Assault has one and Shield Defense has one as well. So there are rankings in ZZZ, but they do not affect rewards. It's really purely information. It's not tied to any kind of reward. My old phone crashed and couldn't be repaired. I procrastinated setting up a transfer ID beforehand. Getting the account back via Facebook worked a few times, but not this time. I'm happy with RA99 though. You can get the account back through Facebook? Oh right, I guess maybe you... Haven't touched Facebook in so long. I have no idea what Facebook... How Facebook links into playing games and stuff like that. I haven't touched that thing in a long ass time. Whenever I create an account to play a game, I always create an account on the website of the game with my email address, right? I rarely... No, I pretty much never use a specific account like a Gmail account or Facebook account to sign in. Most of the time I make a proper dedicated account. For example, imagine having to zero cycle enemies, but then you have to zero cycle faster than a whale. Yeah, that ain't possible. I don't think that that is possible. Yeah, I'm still a user of Facebook to see. I'm assuming maybe there is some part of your sentence that got eaten or something, Dan. I mean, technically speaking, I do have a Facebook account, but yeah. Yes. Yeah, I still use Facebook to chat with former classmates at the time. Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. I used to do that as well, and then slowly I moved into... most people moved alongside me onto WhatsApp, so I no longer use Facebook itself. But I used to use it the same way you did. The same way you do, sorry. My tip for games is not to link using external websites. My account is a Hoyoverse account. Yeah, same. I created my Hoyoverse account on Hoyoverse's website, and that's it. And then I connect to my Hoyoverse account on each game, but it is the same account for all of these games, basically. Although technically speaking, I do believe there is a division. I don't think, like, if I get banned on Genshin, I don't think it will ban me from Honkai Star Rail, right? As far as I know. I mean, I hope I never get banned on any of my games. To be fair, I don't have, I haven't given them a reason to ban me, so thankfully we should be fine. But if it were the case, I believe there is a distinction between all four games Hoyo has. I used my Google account and now I don't know how to link it to my Gmail, and I'm scared to lose my account while changing it, so I just left it like that. Not gonna lie, I have no idea how to do that, man. Gosh, I don't know how to do that, and I don't know what the consequences of it are. So maybe it's best to be leaving it like that. Or you can always, you know, you can always ask customer service. They should be able to provide you with an answer. But hello, Sparta, and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. And as you can see, the new bonk has been implemented, and you can now request the bonking to be for someone specifically, and it will count the number of times the person has been bonked. That was I will say one thing. It was an absolute pain in the ass to set up that thing. Counting the number of times you, Sparta, bonks someone, that's easy. Like, being able to take your input, make it so that StreamerBot understands that it is someone's username, that was a nightmare for me. But eventually, I managed to make it happen. But yeah, there are a lot of new updates with Hootson, our dear bot. He has a lot of new things he can do. C# or C++? Neither. Basically, when you use StreamerBot, there are two things you can do. You can either use existing logic and actions within StreamerBot, or you can use a specific action to run C# code. That's how it works. I have no idea how C# code works, so I don't really use that myself. But all of the actions, the rest of it, that I have some grasp about how it works. Because, like, for instance, it would be where it should be in StreamerBot, Binabonk. Ah, yes, the Binabonk counter. So basically, I have specific actions. Add Twitch target user, percentage user %. Then grab the raw input of what you wrote. Use the raw input of what the person has wrote to add a counter to the Binabonk. That's the one I selected right now. Increment +1. Then get the that user's counter again once it's updated, and then write the message. So, but these are all actions that are already like the actions themselves exist within StreamerBot, and all I have to do is select what I want them to do. The code is already in there. But then there is one specific action that is run code, and that's a completely different thing. And then in that run code action, there is coding to be done, and I have no idea how to do that. So I mean, technically speaking, I have messed with some of the code. Because like I've mentioned, I grabbed things that people made available for free, and they made C# code. And I looked into their code, and I messed with some things to make it do what I wanted to do. Because I have some understanding of the logic behind what they are writing. I emphasize on some understanding. Some understanding. So I've been able to mess a little bit with these things, but most of my knowledge is not really well, I don't have that much knowledge, period. Well, Gmail will not ban you wrongly. Hopefully not. Hopefully not, Fuktosh. This time I actually secured my R99 account a few days into playing the game. Yeah, didn't they ask you to do that? Or was it a different game? I don't remember. But I believe at least one game asked me to specifically bind my account to an email address. I don't remember which game it was, but I mean, it didn't really need to ask me because it was already done for me. I have some C# memory shutters. Yeah, that makes sense. The action, chance, if, and 4 statements, chains. I gotta readjust my phone. Just got my brick of a phone back. Congrats on getting your phone back. But yeah, there are actions such as if this happens, do this, else do something else. Like there are some logical kind of actions that StreamerBot is already capable of doing. Everything else, everything that StreamerBot is not natively capable of doing, you have to code yourself. And that part, I can mess with other people's code a tiny bit, but I can't write code myself. Now then, stage 2, where we stand now. Emotion weight reaches 30. Prepare to feel. Fuck is this? Achieve the objective within the designated time. Move your core with the joystick. I don't have a joystick, I use a mouse. Oh god, my mouse is very dusty. Never mind. I looked under my mouse and I may or may not have to clean my mouse. Emotion weight is shown in numbers. High weight emotions can absorb low weight emotions. You can use abilities at certain intervals. Am I supposed to absorb these little clouds? Oh god, yes, I have to absorb little clouds, okay. Success? Okay. I guess we won. Was that it? It was kind of cute, but also I don't really know if I did that right. I hope we did. But it is interesting that we're playing around with Marsha's emotional weight. Interesting concept, I will say. Where was I at? It's usually logic chains. Yep, yeah, more or less. Prepare to feel who invited Slaanesh to the party. Slaanesh in the 40k chaos god of excess. And by excess, I mean literally excess of anything. Okay. I don't know the reference at all. I mean, you know, my knowledge of 40k is not existent, basically. And hello, Armani, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. And 6 September? Is that what you meant to write? I'm not entirely sure what you meant, but hello to you and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well, and thank you for the hydrate. Sen has already seen the full brunt of arcane warfare, their after effects turning the streets into a twisted mockery of their former existence. But the Foundation succeeded in getting most of the population out before the fighting got too close, leaving the area like a strange, lifeless moonscape. According to Mr. Razor, the night should be somewhere around here. Marsha stands at the crossroads, taking stock of her surroundings. Closed doors, dark storefronts. Occasionally life stirs in the form of a passing refugee, trudging their most treasured possessions toward the evacuation points. Has she already left? Stash! Wait! Stas? How do you do you guys know what that name is, or word, I think? So feeling too much invites Slaanesh. Excess emotions, excess bloodshed, if it's excessive. Basically hedonism, it falls under their banner. Oh, stash means stop. Oh, okay. Ah, well, I mean, I guess in the context it makes sense. What language is that? Because I do believe we're still supposed to be on the Western Front, right? In this story, I think. I've been sick for 5 days straight, but recovering well. Okay. Ah, thank God. Well, I hope that you will recover even better and faster, Abane. I'm sorry to hear that you were sick. I hope it wasn't too severe of a sickness. Stars mentioned? Okay, let me see how you're supposed to say that word, because Google, come on, Google Translate, there you go. It is from Polish, apparently, according to Google Translate. And it is pronounced Stash. Okay. Stash! Wait! The shout comes from the end of the street. Marsha turns alert and ready for danger. But no sooner does she turn than a tiny form slams into her leg. Watch it, lady! Don't you know there is a war coming? The boy tumbles out onto the street, along with his felt hat and everything he's holding. Entschuldigung. Ah, wait, how do you say that word? I know the word, but how do you pronounce it exactly? Entschuldigung, right? Let me see. From German, yes? Entschuldigung. That's how Google lady says it. Entschuldigung. Is everything alright, young man? Are you hurt at all? Wait, is the game going to make me speak German? Because that is not a good idea. Oh God. Oh, please no. Don't make me speak German. I don't know how to do that. I'm gonna warn you guys. I'm going to use Google Translate to help me pronounce German words if the game keeps doing this. Well, I mean, it was just a first, so maybe I'm too too harsh to judge. And for some reason, my bot did not manage to translate the stash. Even though it is using Google Translate. And I use Google Translate and it managed to translate it. So, well, it is what it is. Stash is a name in Polish, so it might be another language. Oh, so wait, it's actually a name? Because Google Translate translated it as being, what would you call that? As being, as meaning stop in Polish, according to Google Translate. They put translation into the dialogue now? Apparently so, yes. I was somewhat surprised as well, and it's, in my opinion, a good thing. Marsha crouches down to inspect the boy. Leave me alone! Mama is going to catch me! The boy gathers his things in a rush.
Hold on.
She grabs the boy just as he's about to run, nearly causing him to stumble again. His mother runs toward them, out of breath.
What happened?
Stash? Can I call you that? So, Ktosh, I think you're right. In this context, it is actually the boy's name. Thank you. Stop in Polish is stoj or stać, but with a C. Okay. But I do believe you're right, given this little sentence. It is probably the boy's name. So thank you for mentioning that. Grabs fake mustache. Why do you want to grab a mustache, Sparta? Stash, can I call you that? What happened? Why are you running around here? This place isn't safe. You should go home to your mother. The boy twists with all his strength to break free from Marsha, his thin face flushing. Seeing that he can't escape, his shoulders slump in frustration. I just want to deliver a gift. A gift? Phew, you little brat. The boy's mother at last catches up, puffing with both exasperation and exhaustion, and gives his head a smack. Thank you so much, madam. I swear I looked away for just 1 second, and he starts charging into trouble. I wasn't charging into trouble. I had to deliver my gift. You always tell me to keep my word. Well, that's what I'm doing. There is no time for that. What if we miss the evacuation train? The boy pouts, but he has no argument.
Don't worry.
Would you let me know what's going on here? Please don't worry. I'm on a mission from the St. Pavlov Foundation. Marsha points to the badge on her chest.
I'll do my best.
If it's something as simple as delivering a gift, perhaps I can help. Really? The boy wrings himself free and offers Marsha the item he had been carrying. Is this a shield? The construction is somewhat rudimentary, made of welded steel with an old belt for a strap, and it's on the smaller side, as long as her forearm, but its purpose is unmistakable. Red paint twists into a shape across its rough surface. It's difficult to make sense of, but it seems to portray the silhouette of a building on a hill. My little Stash had a bad fever. With the way things were, we were worried we wouldn't be able to get him to a doctor. But then we came across this woman. Oh, she was wearing armor just like yours. The woman points toward Marsha's pauldrons, a bit surprised. She healed Stash, and to repay her kindness, I wanted to give her a shield to match her armor. My husband, he helped him make it from an old bucket. With the evacuation order and all the packing, we haven't had time to give it to her. I put it away for later. But then Stash happened to find it, and since then I haven't had a moment's peace.
Do you mean?
The sigil on the shield. Is it meant to be a castle on a hill? That's right. Are you? Yes, a fellow member of her order. I'm looking for her. Have you any idea where she is, and did you happen to get her name? I will say that is one hell of a coincidence that she stumbles upon someone that is connected to the person Marsha is looking for. Within an old but tidy house, a kettle begins to roll and cry with steam. A woman in knightly armor sits on a wooden chair, cleaning her helmet with care. It bears the scratches and scars of untold numbers of battles, yet it has clearly been meticulously maintained. A knock at the door breaks the rhythm of her work. Who is it? Sister Adelaide. Are you in there? The sound is soft and faint, filtered by the door, but Adelaide... How do you pronounce that name? Adelaide? Adelheid? Wait, Google Translate, help me. Adelheid, I guess. Do you mean Adele? Ah, yes, I misspelled it. Adelheid. Oh, but that would be in German, right? Adelheid. Oh, that's how they pronounce it in English as well. Adelheid. I see. Because in French we have an equivalent name and we would pronounce it Adelaide, but it's somewhat different and it is not written the exact same way. But anyway, Adelheid feels her heart skip a beat.
Adelheid.
It's me, Marsha. Oh, that's the woman who rescued her, right? At least it's the same model for an NPC, because we saw that in chapter 12, right? When Marsha was talking to the young children, telling her a story basically about herself and being rescued by a knight, and I do believe it was her. I thought I heard Adele. Adele? Oh, wait. We heard Marsha say it, actually.
Adelheid. Adelheid.
Okay, I know, she does say Adelheid. Very softly, but she does. It's a voice she could never mistake. Her palms feel numb as she moves towards the door. She almost involuntarily... I didn't have time to... The face she sees behind the door is both everything she feared and hoped for. A face she once thought gone and buried. A face that elicits grief and sorrow in every reflection. But now all she feels is joy.
I'm glad.
Adelheid, it's really you. I'm so glad. The woman in front of her is tired. Maybe from a long journey, but breathing, radiating warmth. Not a skeleton, not some revenant or nightmare. Living, breathing, at her doorstep.
Marsha?
It's a miracle. Marsha, you're here. You're alive. She nearly leaps toward her, her hands stretched outward, but she freezes in place from shock or awe or fear, she can't say. Yet Marsha reaches in and pulls her. Yes, Adelheid, I survived Dead Man's Hill. I'm so glad you did as well. It is a true blessing, being able to reunite in the... Oh, wait, this is... It is a true blessing, being able to reunite in these times of war. Adelheid lets out a long-drawn breath and nestles into the hug, before breaking from it with a reassuring pat.
Yes.
Come inside. The winter has come early this year. I'd rather not let the chill in. So I guess... I guess they both thought that each other had died at Dead Man's Hill, I guess. Well, yeah, Dead Man's Hill. And they just both managed to figure out that they were actually alive. Interesting. Damn, not Adele. Guess no Brume for me. Wait, Adele? Adele. Oh, wait, was that Brume's friend? Was that her name, Adele? Because I don't remember Adele's name, unfortunately. Not Adele's name, it's Adele. But I don't remember Brume's friend's name, the one who went into that very special room, you know? Was it actually Adele? Ah, so that's the connection. Adele Tavernier is Brume. Oh, Celia is the... oh my god, fucking hell, you're right. I don't know why my brain did not... yeah. The worst part is, I actually read Adele's name today. Adele Tavernier, because I saw my own video when I did Adele's story, or Brume's story. So I saw the word today, and yeah, for some reason, my brain sometimes does not compute. But thank you for correcting me, Amane. It's a French chapter and you're French. Why do you do this to France? Because I'm so used to calling her Brume, unfortunately. This is why I... you know what? We should try and call characters not by their arcanist nicknames, but by their actual name, right? But that's not really what we do. So for instance, instead of saying Cacania, I should say Clara, right? Because her name is Clara. Isolde is Isolde, so at least that's easy. But I will try to make a conscious effort to do that. Try being the operative word. Yeah, but then it becomes confusing, I would assume. Ah, shit. Go on, Kuching Main, that's where the best guides are. My brother in Christ, they said on there that the best weapon for Yansan is Escoffier Sig. Kuching Main is a Genshin main site. It's literally called Kuching Mains. Yeah, no, I know. That's usually where I pull my information from for character builds as well. But they don't just say Yansan's best weapon is Escoffier Sig. Usually they have a whole list of weapons and they tell you specifically what the weapon is good for and stuff like that. So yes, Escoffier is probably Yansan's best weapon, but it's not the only suggestion they will give, right? Let me check real quick. Electro, Yansan, weapons. Yeah, they do say that the best weapon would be that, but you can also use Engulfing Lightning, Calamity Queller, Favonius Lance, Vortex Vanquisher, Skyward Spine, etc. So you have options. It doesn't just give you one weapon to use, it gives you a shit ton of them, depending on what you have. I mean, it probably is useless. The weapon has something to do with freeze. I'm guessing it's more about the stats that the weapon provide, more like a stat stick than anything else. Let me see their justification. Symphonist of Sense, a unique healing requirement and 3-second buff duration make it an excellent weapon for Yansan. Its unconditional attack percent buff is also convenient as it helps Yansan meet her attack requirements. If Chevreuse is on the team, she should use it instead of Yansan. Note that its passive cannot stack. There you go. You have the reasoning for why Kuching Mains said so. Adele is German for nobility. Adelheid is an old High German name meaning of noble nature. I guess it truly fits with the character of Adelheid. I mean, she's a knight. I mean, wait, were knights part of the... No, they... Ah, shit, I don't know. I mean, I guess there is a distinction between a knight and a commoner, but it's not the same thing between a knight and an actual noble, right? But still, knights are said to be noble, but not in the sense that they are part of the nobility class system. They were a nobility? Okay. But they were at the lower level of nobility, right? If I'm not mistaken. Some knights were nobles. Okay, I see. But if I'm not mistaken, they were at the lower level, right? Like barons and... well, dukes would be the highest one, if I recall correctly, I think. Or something like that. To be fair, Brume is probably the only person currently who has no issue yammering her actual name instead of her arcanist name. Everyone else either always or almost always gets called by their arcanist name. To Brume, however, everyone basically calls her Adele the entire time. True that. And you know what? It's the same thing with Madame Z. When we did chapter 12, for the first time in the past 2.5 years, I learned Madame Z's name. Her actual name is Zhang Zhezhe, if I'm not mistaken. I'm probably butchering the pronunciation, but I do believe it was her. but I only learned her name because of a letter we read through chapter 12. I was like, brother, it took me 2.5 years to learn your name. Your real name, I mean. Yeah, so most of the time, you're right, Harmony. The characters, they don't use their real name. It kind of like, oh, wait, no. Wait. Oh, right, kind of like Enigma, right? Enigma is actually Adler Hoffman, if I recall correctly, but pretty much everyone except Ulrich, I think, calls him Enigma, or something like that. I'm somewhat confused. Madame Z knows her name is a pain in the ass to say. It's not that difficult. It's just, you just need to know what, you know what? Because I do believe she's supposed to be Chinese. Let me check. Do you mean this? Probably. Oh, in Chinese simplified, it would be Zhen Ci Ci. Ah. Oh no, wait. Zhang Qi Qi. Ah, no, so that's Chinese simplified. Zhang Qi Qi. But... wait, but if there is Chinese simplified, there is Chinese complicated, right? Yes, there is Chinese traditional. Okay, so traditional is Zhang Qi Qi. Well, I don't manage to say the proper tone. I think the pronunciation between traditional and simplified is somewhat similar, but I don't have a trained ear to, what would you call that, to Chinese, so it's kind of complicated, not gonna lie. But I do try my best, you know. Dad joke. I saw an ad in a shop window. Television for sale, $1 volume, stock on full. I thought I can't turn that down. Television for sale, $1, volume, stock on full. I thought I can't turn that down. I don't understand the joke. Yeah, I have to admit I don't understand the joke whatsoever. I guess Escoffier Sig would make a slightly decent weapon for Flins. At least he can benefit from the first part of the passive where he gets 12% attack for free. Sure, I guess. I don't know if that would be the best weapon, not gonna lie. For Flins specifically. I mean, it does have some crit damage, I guess, but if you want a good weapon for Flins, I mean, his signature obviously would be best. But otherwise, what do they say? Oh yes, Staff of Scarlet Sand, I suppose. Staff of Scarlet Sand works. Otherwise, you get into Missive Windspear, Tamayurate no Ohanashi. Oh, that's the weapon you mentioned earlier, for your Yansan, I believe. And stuff like that. Wait, I opened up so many pages. I have something for you. A gift of thanks from Stash. The rough shield is delivered to the knight as promised. Adelheid takes it and turns it in her hands. Turns it in... She turns it? I will have to give him a proper thank you. Should we ever chance to meet again? His family has done me a great service. They helped me find this place.
However...
But, Marsha, I must know. How did you survive? The question is asked alongside an offered cup of tea. The curling steam masked the betrayal of the heart of her answer. I was injured during the fight. When I went down, I thought perhaps I would die. But my armor had saved me from the worst of the damage. I used my training and waited. I just lay still, sealing away every thought and pain in my body until a medical team from the Foundation discovered me. I recovered under their care. But your armor... This was all that was salvageable after the medics cut me free, but I could never fully part with it. Not that it matters much. Armor is more of a hindrance than an aid on the battlefield now. We have always clung to our traditions, perhaps even after they were no longer of use. She studies Marsha as she speaks, taking note of her uniform beneath the pauldrons. No longer a knight, but not a soldier either, a nurse's frock. And on this uniform, an unexpected badge, one she immediately recognizes with a stir of aversion.
Why?
Adelheid, why are you out here alone? Where are the other members of our order? Adelheid takes a long sip from her tea, as if trying to swallow down questions she hasn't yet found the courage to ask.
The Order.
A lot has happened in the Order. I suppose, first of all, that I am now its acting Grandmaster. Wait, is this Jean? Wait, did her Varka go away and Jean became the acting Grandmaster now? Is this the Knights of Favonius all over again? Volume is maxed out and you can't turn down the level of the volume on it. And it's for $1, so it's a steal, so it's a deal you can't turn down. Oh, okay, I did. Yeah, that flew right over my head. Inefasig is second best? For Flynn's, you mean? I mean, you might want to check it, because that's just from memory. For Flynn's, I don't think they mentioned Escoffier's weapon being second best. I don't believe so. Oh, and by the way, Ktosh, apparently they have a new extended Kaching guide on Kaching mains. Just saying. But let me check that again. No, first is his signature weapon, second is Staff of Scarlet Sand, then it would be any 5-star crit pole arm, then it would be Vortex Vanquisher, then Skyward Spine and Engulfing Lightning, etc, etc. Really, names can be lots of fun to learn about, especially if you try to view them in context. Adolf means noble wolf. Noble wolf, similar to Rudolph, meaning red wolf. Modern connotations, though. Yeah, I suppose the name, the first name you mentioned, Adolf, that name has been tarnished. Because, well, we know of one dude and he was quite horrible, right? But I'm sure there were plenty of normal people named that, right? So, of course, unfortunately, that name has been tarnished for decades to come, if not centuries, right? Sorry. But it is true that these, the origin of names are quite interesting because, well, it tells a story oftentimes, right? It tells a story. Oh yeah, by the way, actually, Madame Z's full name was revealed since chapter 4. I'll take your word for it because I don't recall. You're most likely right, but I don't think we see her name all that often, right? Her real name, I mean. Most of the time, we just see Madame Z, right? Reverses Jean. It is Reverses Jean indeed. Except her name is Adelheid, and I feel like she's not as happy as Jean might be. Tarnished Elden Ring boss music plays. Oh, I've heard of that. I don't know what it is exactly, but I have seen the Tarnished being referenced in reference to Elden Ring, but I don't know exactly what that is. Of course, I'm right. It's shown at the end of note 23 after she sang her birthday song in Chinese. It shows her name in Chinese. Yeah, but brother, I can't read Chinese. So that's why I don't remember. Because that to me just looks like random squiggles, right? I know nothing about the Chinese name. Okay, so that makes more sense why it didn't click with me. It's because I have no idea how to read that. So I probably never knew. Okay, so that reassures me. That means I didn't forget her name. I literally never knew for me. Specifically with my contacts, I suppose. Tarnish. Oh, I read that. Well, the two symbols do look like Z's. Yeah, sure, but I have no idea how you're supposed to pronounce them. Like, it's supposed to be J, right? I think. But it could have been Ja, or G, or Joe. I don't know, right? So, like... And on top of that, like, I don't know what Google Translate did, but at some point it pronounced the Z as C. So, like... Yes, it looks like a Z, but goddamn, how many pronunciations are there for that thing? Yes, that symbol, you know? Maybe I just wasn't looking as a child, but I'm really happy when international media doesn't reduce Germany to wars or Bavaria. I'm much more patriotic for my part of the Baltic coast than the nation. Yeah, I think we kind of have moved on from that. I mean, we do know what Germany has done in the past, right? But it's been, what, 80 years now? More than 80 years, right? I mean, the whole country should not be defined by one event, no matter how horrible that event was. At the end of the day, technically speaking, Germany has a long and very rich history for the past thousands of years, right? So there were like 10 to 15 years where honestly not great, guys. You did not great. But the rest of Germany, you know, in terms of history, I mean, it has a long-ass history, right? On the cake it writes, Zheng Zhizhi Shangri Wai Ilei. Happy birthday, yeah. Amane, why did you make me read that? Why did you make me butcher that language? Why did you do this to me? But yeah, okay. Yeah, like I said, that explains why, what do you call that? Why I didn't know her name. I can't read the symbols you wrote. It's time you learn Chinese. Oh, brother. I ain't got the time for that, man. So you can play the next patch properly. Is the next patch Chinese? Is the next patch the one with Paper Heron? I think, or something like that. Right, we read that already. In the event of the Grandmaster's death, the role is passed to the knight with the highest seniority until a new leader is confirmed. Neither needs to remind the other of this plain fact.
What?
What happened to Master Herman? It is as you fear. He is dead. Marsha can't help but draw a sharp breath.
What happened?
How? When did it happen? Less than a month ago. I heard nothing about it.
Back then.
Early, you know that Manus Vindictae rose out from the shadows. That they've unleashed this war on all of humanity rather than face the consequences of their manipulation. But their earlier infiltration was deeper even than anyone had known. Every communication network has been compromised or crippled, including ours. You have been away from the Order for too long. It's only natural that you wouldn't know. I think we have bad news for poor Marsha. Obligatory Chinese New Year patch, yes. Oh, right, but because Global is a few months behind, we don't get the patch during the actual time of the Chinese New Year. That makes sense. And Ktosh, why did you say bad bot? What did the bot do to you? Oh, and God, Mihai bet it all and he lost it all. I suppose, well, you will one day rebuild your bank account for your of owl coins. And Ktosh, on the other hand, managed to win. And he also survived a Russian roulette. Good on you. Good on you, Ktosh. Marsha tightens her grip on the cup. There is a needle-like accusation in her words. Master Herman had led far more than Master Herman had led for more than a decade, though as a young novice and later knight. She had little direct contact with him, but she knew, as all young knights of the orders did, but she knew, as all young knights of the order did, that Herman was a model of chivalry, brave, loyal, strict, and maybe a little too rigid, but a man worth looking up to. How did he die? The idea of a man of such virtue and wisdom was gone, that he had fallen in some god-forsaken battlefield twists in her heart. He was killed in our very castle. Whoever did it framed things to look like a suicide, but I saw the scene with my own eyes. There was a struggle in that room.
However...
Yet, the order was under pressure from the government. The others decided to brush the investigation under the rug rather than face the possibility that we had been compromised like the army. I went through his letters and diaries. He already noticed the shadows of Manus Vindictae operating in our ranks. Master Herman was loyal to his oaths and to us. He must have been attempting to expose them.
The Order...
But even so, once the military's involvement with the Manus was revealed, things started to fall apart. There was only one thing that all of us realized. We had been betrayed. Oh right, technically speaking, the knights such as Marsha were fighting on the German side of the Western Front, right? And then it was revealed that the German side had been manipulated by Manus Vindictae. Although, if I recall correctly, the French side was also somewhat manipulated, right? I think. There's Gamba. How do I check my richness? No, it's not exclamation mark check, it's exclamation mark bank. To see what's your bank account, Harmony. You can also type exclamation mark commands or a CMDS, whichever one you prefer, to check all the commands that are available. But yeah, one of them is exclamation mark bank, and that will let you know how much you have already. But the system has been put into place today. Well, technically, the day before yesterday, but this is the first stream where we actually have been using this system. So there are still things that we need to work around. Like, for instance, I have to work out the leaderboard system. It was not the way I thought it would work. So we do have a bit of an issue there. A little historical fun fact: the German who led a successful Germanic rebellion against the Roman Empire, pushing them to the south of the Rhine River for good, was called Herman by historians. His actual name was Arminius. Because for a second there I saw what you wrote, Dan, and I thought you were talking about Animus, which I believe is the name of the old lady that was mad at Miss Grace in Antarctica, right? So there is that. But okay, Arminius. And his name was Herman. Do you think it's connected, like this is a reference to this Herman? Because, I mean, to be fair, there are plenty of people named Herman, right? But the fact is that, like, yeah, I do wonder if this is a reference to that as well. Oh, and by the way, there is a 30-second cooldown on the bet function, on the bet command. I don't remember what. I mean, I guess it's because I didn't want people to spam it constantly. To be fair, yeah, that's why I put that in place. Yeah, all sides got manipulated so the Manus can prolong the war. Okay, yeah, it is as I thought then. But all... Oh my god, Ktosh is really lucky today. And yes, by the way, Amane, you can bet a specific number, or you can bet all, bet half, bet third, or bet fourth of your current total. Odds are this Herman is a reference to the German equivalent of Roland / Charlemagne. Oh. Why not? Maybe. Why not? I mean, I guess both kind of work in terms of like the what do you call that? Both references would work. With the armistice. Is that how you say it in English? Yeah. With the armistice coming, we withdrew from fighting to determine what to do next. But even as we left the front, the divisions began to show. Some wanted to return to Hohes Schloss? Is that how you pronounce this? Hohes Schloss? And built it into an independent state, to carve out our own personal kingdom, as it was in the ancient past. Yeah, I don't think that would have been a good idea.
I disagree.
Ah, see? I'm not the only one. Time frame fits? What do you mean the time frame fits? Roland and Charlemagne was coronated in 1800, right? That I do remember. This is happening in the 1920. In 1920, so... what do you mean the time frame fits? Anna, pork tosh. He had been lucky so far. And what do you mean bad bot? You decided to gamble at all. That was a you decision, Tosh. With the alternate timeline shenanigans from chapter 11 onwards, I wouldn't put it past Bluepoch to start mixing the influence even more. Medieval playable characters when? I mean, technically speaking, Dan, we do have a knight, right? We do have a knight. And yes, your pronunciation was good. Hohes Schloss is high castle. German uses the silent H to elongate vowels. Wait. So if it's a silent H, is it Hohes or OS? Hohes? Hohes. And now I'm confused. Which one of the H's is silent, or is it both? Or did you mean in the Schloss part? And now I'm even more confused. Man, German is complicated for me. They learn nothing from the war. How were mounted knights supposed to rule in a time of machine guns and tanks?
Yes.
I think they understood the futility. Maybe they even realized how foolish they were being. But when all else falls apart, people often turn to nostalgia and tradition. They faced into the bleak future and chose to believe in an idyllic past. But there is a greater tragedy. Manus Vindictae had beaten the main force home. They ransacked the castle, killed its defenders, and left it in ruins. Adelheid puts down her cup. Its bottom clinks as it hits the table. Centuries of wealth accumulated by our order, and all the rewards of its glory were gone. Our treasures are doubtless being melted. Shouldn't it be doubtlessly being melted, I think? Our treasures are doubtlessly being melted down to fuel their schemes. Marsha closes her eyes. She knows every room, every corridor, every pillar of that castle. It was her home. She imagines all those familiar things being torn down, stripped, sold for parts, and melted into scrap. A firestorm of anger or humiliation wells up inside her, but years of training kick in, and she calms herself with her arcane skill. Aha. YouTube censoring the first syllable. Your third pronunciation was right. So, Ho-S? No, so Ho-S. Ho-S? I think is what I said. Probably. And YouTube is censoring shit. Yeah, no, on my side, I unfortunately don't even see the message that you may have typed. English is weird. English do be weird as well, I suppose. Bro, my friend is such a piss me off. Lately, I can't even do simulated universe, because if I don't text him for more than 30 minutes, he starts spamming. Is he your friend or your boyfriend? And even then, either way, in either case, like, yeah, that person seems clingy. Try again. O-S. Is that one?
Spada_4 on Twitch says, your third pronunciation was right, Owl. Which one?
Well, yeah, because you say the third one, but I don't remember which one is the one I said in the third place. Because I said them in quick succession, and then I moved on to something else, and then I started reading. So yeah, I don't know which one was the third one. So I believe it is Ho-S Schloss, right? Please tell me it's that. Hopefully it is. I hope the castle itself will be restored. The emotions falls away, and reason takes over. Something clicks in her mind. Is that why you haven't left this place? Adelheide's lip curved.
Marsha.
Ach so. Then, sorry, that's the way I usually hear that. Ach so. Then you have come to me on behalf of your foundation. Well, now I'm back to 2:30. Amane, you can also type !Russian roulette or !RR to make it easier. And, well, you can play Russian roulette and see if you win or lose points. And if you survive, you win points. If you die, well, you lose points. There you go, you have survived. To be fair, the Russian roulette is 1 in 6 chance of dying and 5 out of 6 chances of surviving. And Dan has survived as well on YouTube side. Congratulations. But yeah, as you guys can see, this works as well. Gotta clean my room. Look, good luck to you on the room cleaning, Ktosh, because that's no, yeah. Good luck to you indeed. You know I hate myself. Wait, why do you hate yourself, Amane? Spins revolver cylinder. It is a metaphorical revolver cylinder. In this case, metaphorical, well, digital, I guess, kind of. Well, to be fair, it's just a random number generator, giving you a chance of winning or not. Wait, was it Dan earlier? Wait, I have to find that message again. Okay, yeah, Dan, you said you got to Node 6 in around an hour. I believe we started the story about an hour and 24 minutes ago, and we just did Node 2. So yeah, yeah, I may or may not be really slow. One player, Russian roulette, who wanna watch. What do you mean by that? But like, not real Russian roulette, right? Just fake Russian roulette. And, oh my god, and why would you do that? Oh, please tell me, wait, let me check one thing. No, okay, it won't register really. Yeah, no, it's not going to register the... oh no, but it's the... Okay, never mind. Yeah. I won't bore you guys with the details. Too complicated about how things work there. Also, can I just say fuck a park for Nikedor? Did we have a reset? Oh yeah, we did! I forgot. I forgot we did that. Right. Yeah, we had the reset on Monday, right? You can tell me the technical details later. Oh no, never mind. It's because I forgot, because at first for the hug command I wanted to make it a command just like I did for the Bina Bonk and the Bonk, but eventually I decided against it because I do remember that Ktosh has the tendency of hugging random stuff, which are not people, you know. But I do believe that because of that, it won't register the variable, because I don't want to have a variable for random names that don't really make sense. Bonk. Yes, but then you also have, there you go, with Amane bonking no one. No one, I suppose, has been bonked one times, which is not how it's meant to be used, but I can't really do anything about that. That's up to you. I'm bonking someone called Bonk. Oh, you're right. You're right. I do have the variable. I do have the variable of a user called Bonk. I have his ID. Oh, God. Yeah, well. Well. Please don't abuse the system. I mean, I suppose it won't change much. Yeah, no, I suppose you can use it however you wish. It should be fine. Probably. Hopefully. The first lesson. Stage 3. Marsha falls silent. She looks at Adelheid and Adelheid looks back, measuring her. I won't deny that I was sent here by them. Then at the very least you have not sacrificed your honesty along with the rest of our sacred vows. I would never lie to or deceive another of our order, least of all you. But there is no contradiction between my mission and my loyalty to you. Adelheid, you raised me. The Order gave me a home and a purpose. I will always care for you, and the safety of our people. She chooses each word carefully but sincerely. Her mentor holds a long silence, leaving only the sound of the windows rattling in the wind. At last she breaks the quiet with intention. In 2 days, a convoy from Manus Vindicte will pass through Rayova, carrying all that they've stolen from us. As acting Grand Master, I cannot allow them to escape with their plunder, not after failing to prevent their raid in the first place. I will not allow this opportunity to pass untaken. But Manus Vindicte has weapons enhanced with arcane skills. You are only one knight. You can't do this alone. The danger is too great. Maybe you can work something out with the Foundation so that...
Danger.
Adelheid repeats the word under her breath like a rebuke. Is it a hellish rebuke? Never mind. They killed Master Herman and violated the sanctity of our home. If our vows mean anything at all, I must answer these transgressions. To leave without avenging it.
Dies ist die schwerste Gefahr, der sich ein Ritter stellen kann.
Yeah, what she said. This is the gravest danger a knight has ever faced. The Order must be... Oh, no. The Order may be diminished, but we are not so base as to ask bureaucrats to fight our battles. Adelheid's words land with weight. Her expression is cold and point of fact. The warmth and joy she had shown to Marsha is gone. Now she speaks to her as she would and certainly has to any other St. Pavlov Foundation employee. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought it up. The pale sunlight outside the window cuts deep shadows across Adelheide's face. But then Marsha notices something in that cold detachment and pulls her friend's closed fist into her hands. Marsha. Anger, sadness, and disappointment begin to pass through their interlaced fingers into the young knight. The older woman exhales relief. Her emotions, too long dammed up, are now passed into another's hand. Oh, she's helping her mom, basically. Ah! Absorb all I have to eat! Emotions, oh god. Oh god. The soul emotion core, the soul emotion type that is under your control. You can move it around. Okay, so that's my little cloud. Enmity cannot be absorbed. Collision can knock your core away, causing temporary loss of control. Emptiness, when absorbed, add its weight to your core and lower your speed. Guilt, when absorbed, depletes the same weight from your core. Emotion fragment, when absorbed, adds slight weight to your core. Meltdown cannot be absorbed. Collision can destroy your core, resulting in immediate failure. Okay. Anxiety, when absorbed, depletes the same weight from your core and accumulates 1 stress, diminishes over time. You fail when stress reaches 5. Anxiety can absorb emptiness, guilt, and emotion fragments. Bruh. This is too much information in one go. Well, I'll try my best. Oh, right, I have to move with that. I should be fine. I know I wasn't fine. Okay, so that one wasn't fine. Okay. Which one are fine? Ah! Okay, so the red ones are not fine. Am I supposed to only... What am I... Say this... Oh, I think I can attack the red ones if I get enough of these things. When my number is maybe bigger than yours, than theirs, I think I may be able to attack them, or something like that. But I'm gonna need way more numbers. Do these things respawn, or Absorb all emptiness. Ah. Oh, wait, I can absorb you. Oh, okay. Oh, but it makes me way slower. Okay. Oh, wait, did it make me slower? But no! You've got to be shitting me. This...
Spada_4 on Twitch says, you can eat them if you are bigger. This is basically the agar game.
Yeah, I only realized it afterwards. But this motherfucker pushed me into the red thing that had a bigger number than me. Bruh. You slow down because you get bigger. Yeah. But... we were doing well. Or rather, we were doing okay, you know? Maybe I should reread the first few notes. I'm uncertain. No, go away. Leave me. Ah, fuck. I should reread. I'm uncertain. Marsha caught a train that got... Anya, now you're too big. Wait, you... No! Ah! No, I just want the guy, the 30 guy. Yeah, you. You come here. Num. Thank you. Okay, wait. There is a 51 up there. I'm getting the 50. Yes. Num. Okay, but the slowing down is temporary. So at least there is that. Okay, I have 130. Give me the 130. There was one... Where is it? Wait, I saw something over there. 130, I can eat you. Num. Okay, I just need a tiny bit more. No, go away 300. I'm not ready for you yet. No, don't push me. Okay. Aha, I win! Come on, come here. Num num num. There you go. Sorry, it took me a while to manage to do that. I'm uncertain if Marsha caught a train that got her from Montpellier to the Eastern Front. I would assume so, right? I mean, I believe this story for Marsha happens on the Western Front, but chapter 12 very clearly happens in the Eastern Front, and we do see Marsha there. So maybe it wasn't straight from Montpellier to the Eastern Front, but at some point she has traveled from one place to another. Oh wait, by the way, maybe I can answer that question in my notes. Like I've mentioned, I have started taking notes on chapter 12. When's the first time I mentioned Marsha? No. Where does Marsha show up? No, that's Sergei. Marsha is in stage 5? Oh no, Marsha comes in with... Right, Marsha comes in with Vertin, if I recall correctly, in stage 12. She was tasked with accompanying her, I believe. Stage 2. Anya, did I not write it down? Yeah, Vertin and Marsha arrived at the at Ivan's camp, where they met with Ivan and Lilia. And I believe that Marsha was supposed to what would you call that? Marsha was supposed to accompany Vertin to the Eastern Front. At least make her safe until then. Also, excellent pronunciation by Adelheid too. Nice! Nice indeed. Wait, I now remember that Marsha wrote Sentinel a goodbye letter, and we got to read it in chapter 11's trail. Does that Squad 12 mission refer to her character story or chapter 12? I would assume it... I mean, I don't know about her character story because we haven't finished it yet, so it could be either, but I do believe that as part of Squad 12, she was sent to accompany Vertin. I believe that is indeed the case. Stupid question, is Vertin the protagonist? Yes. Yes. She is the equivalent to the Traveler, the Trailblazer, the Rover, etc. Basically, she's the Timekeeper, right? She has her own little title, just like the other ones. But I will say she has a bit more of a personality than the rest. Yeah, for me, Vertin and the Rover are the better types of protagonist in the gacha games that we play. Trailblazer is just a dumbass, which is funny, but I guess also kind of sad. The Traveler doesn't get a lot of characterization, unfortunately, but he's okay, I guess. And, oh no, wait, there is Wise and Bell. Wise and Bell would be number 1, because they truly have their distinct personality, way more than the others. Trailblazer is kinda intentionally a dumbass. Do you mean like the character themselves or itself knows that it wants to be a dumbass? Or do you mean that the writers wrote them to be a dumbass? Allegedly, during their Stellaron Hunter days, they were highly intelligent. Yeah, but that was then, and now they have lost most of their memories, so it's kind of a different person. Or different personality, that's for sure. I need tea.
You've borne too heavy a burden, Adelheid.
Wait. There. We are sworn to carry each other's burdens. Hey, just like Lydia from Skyrim. I will always remember you, Lydia from Skyrim. I am sworn to carry your burdens. I will always remember that voice line. You may doubt me, but I have not forgotten my vows. Those words made us sisters, and I will never forsake that bond. She can feel Adelheide's emotions spin over the words. A rush of anger, pain, and sorrow floods between them.
Well then.
You say you remember our teachings. Do you not remember the danger in taking another's emotions? It is a last resort, one used only in times of great peril. Did I fail to impress that lesson onto you? Marsha smiles, feeling like that clueless young novice she once was, with a rush of embarrassment and guilt, but also affection.
But
You taught me to put the needs of my comrades above all other things. That includes sharing their pain and their duty. So allow me to fight with you. If we stand together, we may stand a chance at succeeding. I won't leave you to fight this battle alone, sister. I don't presume to think I could tell you no. You've never listened to a word I've said. Marsha looks up at her mentor, feeling a hot flush of pride pass through her. We'll leave at dawn. Why is it always dawn? The crashing of the waves on the rocky shore does its best to drown out the little whimpers below.
Marsha.
Oh, I knew I'd find you here, Marsha. The young girl looks up, her face streaked with tears.
What's going on?
It was the other novices again, wasn't it? Oh, is this a flashback from when she was a kid and she just got adopted or something like that? Wait. A night is too dangerous. Later than dawn means lesser time to travel to... Oh, yeah, no. It was kind of a rhetorical question, Harmony. I do believe you're right. Night is too dangerous to travel, and later than dawn means lesser time to travel during the day. I agree with you 100%. I asked the question just because I don't like mornings. That's it. It wasn't a real question, my bad. Marsha wipes her tears with her sleeve, but the spray of seawater has left her robes too damp to dry her face. What should I do, Master? Adelheid lowers herself to the rocky precipice along with her. Why do you hate mornings? Because I don't sleep well most of the time, so waking up is a pain. That's why. What do you think you should do, Sister Marsha? I try to leave them alone and just do what I'm told, but...
I'm afraid not.
No. A warm, broad hand brushes the girl's tears. She looks up at her caretaker, confused. They upset you because you allowed them. You showed them fear, and they seized on it. Wolves do not spring on a standing deer. They hunt. The hunt begins only after they put them to flight. Then, be as a stag in the forest. When they push you, show no fear. Turn your antlers on them. Fight back. But they're taller than me and stronger. Strength will come as you train. Height, too. So as long as you remember to eat your vegetables.
Show everyone that you won't be trampled underfoot.
You must show them that you won't run. They may howl and bark. You may even lose a few battles. But you must show them, above all else.
You have the courage to fight back.
You are to be a knight, Sister Marsha. A true knight does not falter, nor does she pout. Adelheid offers a reassuring pat on the young girl's shoulder. I know. I want to become a true knight, brave and strong. She says the words with both innocence and ambition. The waves crash against the rocks again, like the drumming of a coming battle. Are we going to fight bullies? Oh, and hello, Quillo. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. That is fair, to be honest. I'm more of a night owl, so I like to stay up late. Owl mentioned. You yourself mentioned me. But welcome. Welcome. Sorry, I confused my brain to too many things at once. I am kind of a night owl as well, Amane. But I try not to be, because otherwise it messes my rhythm, and sleeping issues are a pain. I got a double 6-star weapon on the Arknight's Enfield weapon banner, which is quite surprising. Congratulations! Are they good weapons? I know nothing about the... Well, I know nothing about anything in Arknight's Enfield. But congratulations to you, Quillo. We're bullying the bullies? Yeah, that's what I thought, but at the same time, it's not nice to bully the bullies, because otherwise that means you become a bully yourself. Fighting back to preserve yourself is one thing. Fighting back to just hurt because you've been hurt, that's not the same thing either. Recently, I'm not sure. I'm more of a night owl usually, but I only get things done if I rise early. Same thing, Dan. Technically speaking, I prefer living during the night, but I only find myself to be productive when I manage to wake up relatively early and do things during the day. Although, to be fair, it's also because some of the things I want to do I can't do during the night because I don't want to make noises. I don't want my neighbors to be mad at me and whatnot, so... life is complicated. So that's why your name is Happy Owl? Technically speaking, no. The reason why I chose owls is just because I love owls as animals. I really, really like owls in general. I have a collection of owls, little figurines and statues and stuff like that. So it just so happens that I am indeed a night owl, but it's the name itself came from the fact that I love these animals. Got the signature and some random one. I feel like that's a good thing. Did you lose the 50-50 and then get the other weapon? The guaranteed? Or did you win the 50-50 and then immediately lost the 50... I mean, I don't know if it's a 50-50 or a 75-25 for Arknight weapon banner. But like, did you lose and then win? Or did you win and then lose? The best scenario would be win then lost. That means you're guaranteed next time, right? If it carries over. Society doesn't exist during my preferred time of day. Yeah, more or less. Unless you work with a country that is on the opposite side of the world to you. Then maybe you could live at night, I suppose. But it would still mess everything up with life outside of your work from home or something like that, right? Marsha opens her eyes. In the dark room, the only thing she can see is the faint metallic shimmer of light glinting off of her pauldrons. Good. I don't need to wake you. By the window, Adelheid is already packing. Stasha's shield is fastened at her waist. Marsha lets out a long breath. Please wait, Adelheid. I'll be ready in a minute. Soon, Marsha shoulders her first aid crate. Game, why won't you let me read? Because you prefer to be continued. You should let me read first. Okay. Grillo, I think that's the base case scenario. Winning the 50-50, then losing it right after. You know, because that way you're guaranteed the next time. That's kind of amazing news. Oh, and good night, Armani. I should sleep to recover. Oh, right, you were sick, you mentioned. Yes, you should probably sleep to recover better, indeed.
On the treetop.
a good night to you. Have sweet dreams of Marsha. Although I suppose since she's German, I should pronounce it Marsha, right? With a bit more of a hard R instead of a soft English R, I think. But yeah, so have sweet dreams of Marsha, maybe even of Adelaide, or something like that. Or Adelheid, I guess. And we can throw Brume into the mix, because why not? Because she's a 2-for-1, right? Between Felicien and Adele, right? So you get both. Checks blood caffeine content. Oh wait, I just don't want to be bothered, hence why I prefer the night. Kind of same. Kind of same, Sparta. I understand the feeling. But I like Brume. Goes Brume. It both saddens me and kind of makes me laugh. That her name is not Broom, it's Brume, with an U. Ah! Ah, you and your non-French speaking languages. Basically the entire rest of the world. Well, no, technically speaking, there are other languages that have the U sound, just like we do in French. But still, I mean, in German, for instance, they do have the U sound. Though, if I recall correctly, the letter U in German is pronounced U unless there is an umlaut and then it's pronounced U, right? I think, if I recall correctly. Brume means mist. Yeah, mist or fog. So somewhere along those lines. Hey, at least I don't have to suffer with being French. How dare you, Amane? You know what, Amane? For saying that. Wait, where is it? There you go. Amane. Oh no, I think I have to do it like that, if I recall correctly. There you go. There you go. Amane, you've been bonked. How dare you say that it is suffering to be French? Honestly, I am kind of happy being French, personally. I'm happy being French and living in France. I think I'm quite fortunate. Because I don't think I would have enjoyed living in Sri Lanka, for instance, where my parents are from. I mean, I suppose I wouldn't have known the difference, right? But being French, living in France, and then going from time to time to Sri Lanka when I was younger, I saw the difference, and brother, I can tell you for a fact, thank God my parents decided to come to France. Because France is a much better country to live in than Sri Lanka. Correct, ow. Brume. So you guys can, well, no. The way you wrote it, Dan, it would be pronounced Brume in German, right? The way you wrote it, because you didn't put the umlaut. How could you do this to me, Dan? I thought we were friends. I thought I could trust you. At least Amane didn't say they want to ride a broom like a witch. Is it like a witch, or is it in another way that they might want to ride the broom? Or broom? Why do Americans love Paris so much? I don't know. Technically speaking, it's not just about Americans. But there is like I don't remember what it is called exactly, but like a Paris syndrome, in the sense that like it was especially prevalent with Japanese travelers. People will get extremely depressed when they come to Paris, because Paris has been romanticized to no end, and they are extremely disappointed with the reality that Paris is, yes, it is a very romantic city, it is a beautiful city, but it has its uglier sides, just like any other town, other city, right? And when people realize that, they truly actually become depressed and sad, and like they can't reconcile the two realities. So it's not just the Americans, it is other countries as well, but it is mostly about it is mostly about how Paris has been portrayed in the media, more or less, right? Paris is always seen to be a beautiful city, which is the case, but it is not just a beautiful city, you know? It is not just a beautiful city. It has other sides as well. Just another city full of boring buildings? I disagree with that statement, Deidara. The buildings in Paris, some of them are indeed boring, but there is a lot of beautiful architecture to be found in Paris and in France in general, in many countries, of course. But yeah, no, I have walked kind of all over Paris, just because I used to enjoy going on walks, and there are beautiful buildings. But again, you have to have a sensitivity to the architecture of buildings and the decorations they have and whatnot. If you're not really sensitive to that type of artwork, then it won't really affect you, but it is art. That's what I meant with the car. Oh, the broom broom. Oh, that's what you meant, Dan. I see. Paris Depression Syndrome. I don't know if it is called that exactly. I don't remember the exact name of it. But yeah, there is something along those lines that does exist and that does happen to some travelers. I don't understand why people get hyped about traveling to another city. The only building that will stir emotion is Greek pantheons. But again, that's because of your personal tastes. But like in Paris, we have buildings that are 200, 300, 400 years old. Well, 400 maybe not, but 200 to 300 years old. We do have old buildings like that, you know, and they are beautiful. Like even the Hôtel de Ville, which is basically the main mayor's place, because in Paris the thing is we have several mayors, but the mayor for the entire city, they work at a building called Hôtel de Ville, and in my opinion that building is beautiful. It has statues everywhere. It's truly a work of art. Because you go see new places you've never seen. Yeah, that is a good point, Harmony. Are you suggesting the world is that boring? Maybe today the world is indeed boring, to each their own. Now then, stage 4, the second lesson. I mean, he's not exactly incorrect. Well, I mean, Deidara is sharing an opinion about his own feelings. There is no being correct or incorrect. It's just, yeah, it's his own feelings. Like, that is entirely subjective and personal. So for me, there is no answer that can be correct or incorrect there. I don't see myself as an architect engineer, but the one good thing about religion is the architecture. True that, Dan. That's one of the few good things about religious institutions, is that they created magnificent buildings. And we have a lot of churches in France and in Paris specifically. We have Notre Dame, for instance, and they are, again, works of art. They are truly beautiful, in my opinion. But again, it is opinion-based, right? Some people will enjoy looking at these things, others not so much. Sorry, Amane, to me, aside from special buildings, cities are just a couple of boring buildings. I think, I mean, well, I would invite you to come to Paris, but it is goddamn expensive. I don't know how much a flight from Colombia to Paris costs, but probably a lot. But I would invite you to take a look at actual Parisian buildings, like the old buildings that we have. I'm not talking about modern buildings, because most modern buildings, in my opinion, are somewhat boring. But old buildings with a lot of ornaments and stuff like that, those to me are not boring. If you go to different cities to see buildings, brother, you are already doing something wrong. I disagree with that statement as well, Amane, because different people will go to different cities for different reasons. Some will want to see buildings, others want to see monuments, others want to see parks, others want to see, to experience the life with the natives, the people who live in that specific city. everyone travels for their own reasons. Is it still burning? Wonder when some bro will light it on fire to light a smoke. What do you mean, Sparta? What is burning? I travel to another city to know the sea, and well, of course, it's the most beautiful thing I remember, the sea, with no building. Well, I mean, again, it depends on the person. Some people will prefer the sea, others will prefer buildings. I have seen the sea in several locations, especially in Sri Lanka. It can be really beautiful. Personally, for me, I prefer the intricacies of buildings and the way they're constructed and the way they are ornamented and the decorations on them and whatnot over the sea. The sea is beautiful as well, but, you know, to each their own. We all have our preferences. I noticed the same in Northern Europe, so-called youth-style architecture. What is youth-style architecture, Dan? I don't think I've ever seen that. The Notre Dame, I'm asking if it's still on fire. Bro, the fire happened like many years ago. The fire happened many years ago and it was just a day or two or something like that. No, it's not on fire anymore. And it has reopened, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, the Notre Dame has already been reopened and it's been reconstructed. I mean, I know why some people would go to see buildings, however, trust me, people are excited to visit new places, not because how the cities look. Unless you're an architect and the only thing you aim to is seeing different boring buildings, most people travel to cities because they want to experience new cultures and stuff. I don't know about most people. I can't attest to that specifically. I personally enjoy architecture. I am not an architect. I've never studied architecture either, but I do enjoy architecture. Like, I remember when I went to Venice, for instance, seeing the way the buildings there were completely different in terms of, like, the way they were constructed. And I'm not just talking about the fact that there was water everywhere, but, like, the whole architecture of Venice is completely different from Paris. And for me, yeah, it was interesting. I enjoyed that. I'll make sure you knock down that ugly-ass building in Paris. What ugly-ass building in Paris? What are you talking about? As I said before, my only dream of traveling is going to a Greek building and scream Emporius, and maybe get kicked by the guide. I would advise against that, because, like I've mentioned before, disturbing other people's experience is not nice. But at the end of the day, you do you. Tour Montparnasse? I don't find it ugly. I don't find it pretty either. For me, it's just there, I guess. It's not particularly beautiful, that's for sure, but it's not ugly either. However, it does detract from the rest of the buildings because it is the only skyrise in Paris. And it just doesn't really make sense. I don't really know why we put it there, honestly. We shouldn't have. Because it kind of deforms the city's skyline, I guess. My bad, I didn't translate it properly. In English, it's called Art Nouveau. In German, we call it Jugendstil. Oh, Jungen still. So Jungen would be youth and still would be style, I would assume. I don't know exactly what that kind of things... I'm not really knowledgeable about art in general, not gonna lie. Guess which side gave me crit rate, crit damage, substat with attack percent by non-relic cavern. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it, Sparta? Or is it not what you were aiming for? I don't know who you're building right now. Is there any free-to-play weapon I can use for Escoffier? I think you can use... Well, the Favonius Lance is one, if you need energy regen. I will always recommend the Favonius Lance. I love the Favonius Lance. But otherwise, you have some event weapons, such as The missive wind spear, Tamayurate no Ohanashi, Windbreaker's fin. They are definitely not amongst the best, unfortunately, but they are decent, I suppose. They are decent. Otherwise, she kind of wants her signature weapon or other 5-star weapons. Well, most of her options are not free-to-play friendly. Hyacinth's Relic, 2 of them. I'm seething. Huh? Oh, you were farming for Finon, but you got double crit roll, a double crit substats on Hyacinth's Relic. Ah, that's what you meant. Yeah, not gonna lie, happens to me all the time, unfortunately. I was going to sleep, by the way, but then travel yap, and I just remembered I have to speedrun 4 more class quiz. Ah, good luck to you on that, Amane. Maybe you should do that first. Add to that, what is the point of traveling if you have to be like a kid following your mother's and let me be free for the sake of God? It's not for this... see, that's the thing. Your freedom stops when someone else's freedom starts. That's a saying, because there is a reason for that saying, aka, you can't just do whatever you want, because we live in a society, and because of that you have to respect others, just like you would want others to respect you. Can you imagine this? If everyone that went into a Greek building, they were all just screaming all the time, would you want to go there? I don't think you would appreciate being there if everyone did that, right? So we put rules into place where you have to remain relatively calm so that everyone can enjoy in peace. Because otherwise it would be complete anarchy and it wouldn't be enjoyable anymore. I would just to watch the chaos. That's a you problem, I think. I'm actually speedrunning, by the way. I already finished too. Ah, congrats! That was fast. Well, for 1-2 seconds, a scream and follow of some laughs, it will be tolerable. Yeah, but you say that because it is you doing it, and it's just 2 seconds because you do it. Imagine there is 100 people doing it. So you have to wait, like, one person does it for 2 seconds, then another person does it for 2 seconds, then another person does it for 2 seconds, then another person does it. So that's 200 seconds, just because if there are 100 people in the place. So it will be constantly screaming, and then these people will leave and other people will come in, and it will be more screaming. So it is, in truth, not just 2 seconds. That is if it is only you doing it, but then you disturb everyone else. But in truth, if everyone were to behave the way you do, then it would just be an absolute nightmare for everyone. The 2 knights begin their journey across the war-torn countryside and reach Rayova by nightfall. They stop at the outskirts of the town, already dilapidated before the war, a maze of husked-out ruins and empty buildings. Screaming competition in Greece when? Probably never, because I do believe that the gods will escort you out real quick. Well, most people are caged by society's rules, so the chance of it happening is very low. Yeah, but there is a reason why those rules are set in place, and there is a reason why these people, like you said, are caged by society's rules. It's because otherwise it would be total anarchy, and it wouldn't be enjoyable for anyone. We need rules to live together, because otherwise some asshole is going to do something terrible. Like, we have rules because it protects our society and our way of life. We need these rules. If everyone starts doing whatever they want, what is preventing someone from just murdering you? You know? Because laws are rules we set for a reason as well. It's the same thing with specific rules for specific buildings and specific places. It's because it's to ensure that the most amount of people can enjoy a place or enjoy their life in peace. If everyone starts doing everything they want, it is going to be a complete anarchy, and it would be a horrible place to be at. Side-eyes billionaires? Are you sure about that? You're talking about exceptions, Sparta. Billionaires are exceptions. I'm not saying it's good, but you're talking about exceptions, not the majority. 99% of people are not billionaires. So there is no point in drudging up an exception of a very handful of people. I'm just troll banning. Ah, yes, but like I said, no point. I got 94%. I'm getting at least an A-. Wait, how short were those quizzes, Armani? Because it feels like your speedrun is going really well. Either that or your quizzes are really short. Not too sure which one. Their convoy should pass through here this time tomorrow. The roads narrow here before passing through the town center. It will force them to slow and move in a single file. This is where we launch our attack. Adelheid surveys the surroundings and points to the only path leading through the town. The houses here are all abandoned, most left in a hurry. There should still be some things left behind. We can borrow this house for the night. Marsha walks to the back of the house and examines it carefully. Under the eaves, strings of dried nettle and yarrow sway in the wind. Marsha touches them, sweeping the dust away.
I can hardly believe it.
Has your foundation given you leave to come along with me? I've reported back to my commander and to Mr. Razor. At any rate, my task was to convince you to leave Sen. I would say this is an interpretation of those orders. She doesn't respond. The brisk wind passing through the old town rises to fill the void.
Marsha.
I'm truly glad you survived.
You've broken your vow.
But I still don't understand your decision. Why didn't you ever attempt to contact us? Why would you want to leave our order? I shall never forsake the order, nor shall I hold fealty to another. Marsha had made these solemn oaths the day she became a knight. She had been waiting for these questions, accusations even, but when they arrived, she found that Adelheid's tone was far gentler than she expected.
I could not bear to take another soldier's life.
Well, yeah, you probably don't want to be part of the army if you don't want to kill people, most of the time. 10 questions each, but I skimmed. It's English, basically cooking. I basically cook in this subject anyway. Ah, okay. I mean, I literally communicate in English half of the time, if not all. Ah, okay, so it's something that you're really good at, so it's, you're gonna be fine. Was drinking coffee in English class based off a bunch of people. What do you mean? Well, huh? Like I was in a restaurant enjoying my food and I was told to not leave anything in my plate and then I got scolded. My mother, I was just ending the last bit of juice with a spoon? That's not the same thing. Deidre. That's not the same thing as screaming in a museum or a monument building. And that is very dependent on, on your parents and your family. It depends on the values they want to teach you. And not every parent will have great values to teach their kid, not gonna lie. It depends. I'm not saying that about your mother because I don't know her and I don't want to judge her. But it truly depends. That's a bit different there. I got pissed off and then I said, if you get ashamed of me, I'm going alone. Similar to just a social burden. I see your point in it being similar, but in my opinion, it is still somewhat different. And at the end of the day, not finishing your plate is something that doesn't really matter. In my opinion, I'm going to be honest here. Not finishing your plate is about something that your mother cared about. Not screaming in a museum is not about your mother or any specific person. It's about living with other people. But the example you took is a specific example about your mother. If you were my child, I wouldn't give a shit if you didn't finish your your meal. But then I would tell you, don't come back at me in the middle of the night because you're hungry, right? But that is completely different. That is a set of rules that your mother decided to set up. It's not the same thing as a set of rules that is decided by everyone else. Not every parent even has values. Not every parent even has values to teach. That is true. Like we entered in a place, we have to become another person entirely. That is something else. You don't have to become another person entirely. Wait, Deidara, if you go to see a movie in a cinema, will you be screaming in the cinema as well? Would you enjoy it if someone else was constantly screaming in the cinema as well? Like, do you not think that these rules that we put are in place so that you can enjoy the movie? Would you enjoy it if someone was just chatting with, like, imagine there are two people in the movie theater, and you imagine if two people are just yapping with each other while the movie is happening, and you can't even hear the movie because these two people are constantly interrupting. No, of course not. I'm respectful. Okay. Well, it is the same thing with the monument, the Greek building that you're mentioning. That is why I got so annoyed of when she scolded me for ending my juice. I'm not entirely sure I understood the part about the juice, not gonna lie. But my point about cinema is the exact same thing with museums and monuments, Greek buildings, as you mentioned it. Just like with movies and theaters, you have to be respectful there. Well, you also have to be respectful in the Greek building because it's not something that belongs to you. It is a place that belongs to kind of everyone that visits there, in a way, right? Welcome to adulthood. Everybody is acting and wears a social mask. It's called playing the grown-up game of house. Yes and no. Honestly, it depends on the person. And it depends what environment you're in, I suppose. Okay, I can go sleep now. Remember, eat your water, drink your food. I suppose, technically speaking, you can do that. I suppose. But good night to you, Amane, and thank you for being here. I hope you sleep well, and I hope your recovery goes smoothly indeed. Oh, and thank you for the hydrate. I was actually going to do it, but thank you very much. I was just joking with the Emphorius thing. If I am not mostly alone, I will not do it. Ah, okay, well, I mean, the problem is I don't really know when you're joking or not, because all I can do is read, right, what you write. So I don't know what tone of voice you use, so sometimes for me it is difficult to see exactly, what do you call that, or to understand what turn of phrase you're trying to use there. Eat that water. I mean, I don't have ice right now, and I don't particularly want to eat ice. I have sensitive teeth, unfortunately, so it would hurt. So no, I'm not going to eat the ice, but I'm going to drink it. To drink the water, I mean. Let me be cynical? Well, you can be cynical. I can disagree. I will let you be cynical, and I will, and you can let me be not cynical. Sparta. It's as easy as that. The path of knighthood should not be one of endless slaughter on the battlefield. If I returned to the Order, I had stayed a knight, I would have been forced to kill, fight, and die. Absolute loyalty to the Order and unquestioning obedience to its authority. That was the demand made on all those who swore its oath, and one of the few she ever doubted. I've dealt with this foundation of yours before. I admit their intentions seem noble, and they have done some good, yet I also know they've been recruiting soldiers and amassing military strength.
I'm afraid not.
Your foundation will soon command an army, moving between countries and acting according to their own authority. An organization with no oversight and no accountability. In many ways, they are as dangerous as Manus Vindictae. I agree entirely. but I have chosen to put my faith in them, and in what my own eyes have seen of their work. And with the Foundation, I am free to do the work that I believe in, to save lives, not to end them. I can do so much more good with them than I ever could before. Her mentor shakes her head ruefully.
I cannot approve that.
What you've done is without precedent in our order.
I understand.
Marsha doesn't rush to persuade her. She only focuses on what would matter most to her. I never truly abandoned my vows as a knight, and worry for the sake of the order.
Adelheid.
What are you going to do, Master? The woman pauses, composing her thoughts and vision for the future. After I reclaim our treasured relics and return them, I will begin a search for all our scattered knights. I don't know what comes after that. We'll allow our future to unwind as it will, though I'm certain it does not include setting up our own feudal state out of an old castle. Marsha notices the confusion in Adelheid's words. Grandmaster, may I share my thoughts with you? Yes?
I want to rebuild the Hochland Order as a humanitarian medical relief organization.
Ah, so it's pronounced Hochland. Wait, what? I can't listen to it again. Wait.
That way, our knights can be freed from further bloodshed and return to the Order's greater purpose. I want to rebuild the Hochland Order.
Hochland. Hochland. So basically kind of like an R instead of the CH, right? I forgot about that in German. Wait. There. Fun fact, by the way, we use the word eat when we refer to the consumption of both food and drink. The same way we say we're hungry for water. We do have words for drink and thirsty, and we don't use it informally. Okay, bye. I mean, I personally don't really say I'm hungry for water. I will say I'm thirsty. And when I want to drink, I say drink. I'm not really sure what you're talking about, man. But good night to you, Amane. But anyways, I don't see the charm in traveling except in video games because every place is so different. But that's the thing, Deidara. Every place in the real world is also very different. That's the thing. Like, if you go to Italy, if you go to France, if you go to Sri Lanka, for instance, you are not going to see the same landscape at all. Because I've been to these places, even if you go to the United States, I've been to these places, and I can tell you for a fact that none of the cities I've been in looks the same. They are not the same. They are extremely different, varied in terms of culture, varied in terms of, in terms of building architecture, of places to visit, and stuff like that. Well, all that is countries. Yeah, so what? I mean, you have to be inside of a city when you go in a country, right? Unless you go to the actual countryside. The most faraway place I can reach are cities, maybe villages. That's a different matter then. But earlier we were talking about traveling abroad, so not in your own country. It was traveling in different places to see different things, right? I can't tell you about Colombia because I've never been there, so I can't talk about that. But I can very much tell you that if we're talking about cities, New York is very different from Paris. Paris is very different from Colombo, which is the former capital of Sri Lanka, kind of. It's complicated. Colombo is different from Venice. Venice is different from Florence. I've been to Köln. I don't remember how you say it in English. Cologne is the French name of that city. But etc. All of these cities are vastly different. And even like if you take, for example, Köln and Munich in Germany, I've been to both cities because my brother used to live in those cities, and those two cities are completely different. Cologne? Oh, Cologne. Right, that would be how you say it in English, I think. Köln would be the German way of saying the name, I think, if we're thinking of the same city. Yeah. It is. We are thinking of the same city. I do believe so. But yeah, like I said, all of these cities are vastly different from one another. To be fair to poor Cologne, I think Cologne, probably. That city was almost razed to the ground during World War II. So most of the buildings there are very recent, I will say that. Las Vegas is cute from far away. Yeah, I agree. I like the idea of Las Vegas, but I don't want to go there personally. But the buildings there are also extremely different. The view, the atmosphere, the landscape, all of it is really different, right? Wait, did I not read? Oh, right, she wants to rebuild. That way our knight can be freed from further bloodshed. She gives weight to the young knight's words, whether out of respect or genuine consideration.
I cannot approve that.
That is not who we are, sister. Marsha has expected her mentor's reluctance, but she purses her lips and doesn't back down. Adelheid, please consider the possibilities. I've given this a great deal of thought.
I still remember.
Since joining the Foundation and assisting people as a medic and a nurse, I've had a chance to reflect on the things you've taught me. You told me yourself that our order was founded as a place of healing for wounded soldiers and victims of war. Wouldn't that be true again? Adelheid goes blank. That familiar look of forcefully suppressed emotion crosses her face. Then she simply turns and walks into a nearby house. It's late. We need to rest. Marsha remains outside the door and lifts her gaze. Low clouds drift overhead like the palm of a giant ready to close in, and I didn't have time to read the rest because the game decided to tell me not to read. Well, she sighed just like I did. I guess I predicted her sigh. I've been to Zielona Gora. It's a lovely little town I want to go back to. I could have lived there no problem. Literally called Grin Hill. Missed a couple of messages above. I've gotten so cynical, saying basic hospitality towards strangers from my old man today. Lion rubbed me the wrong way. Somebody else in my immediate vicinity is nice to people. The fuck is this sorcery? Well, I mean, I suppose it's an environmental problem. You have to change your environment, my man, and be in a more positive environment. Like, for instance, I have seen people being not so nice, but my friends, I dearly love them because I see the way they treat me, but also the way they treat each other and they treat others. They truly are nice people, so I do know that nice people actually do exist. I have an example. I know they are not the only type of people, of course, but there is more to the world than just assholes, basically. And hello, Yappers Peppers. Hello to you and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in, welcome in. We are in the middle of Marsha's story. You pronounced the town name perfectly. Ah, thank you. But where is that town? Because I never heard of that. You think people will be angry if you cosplay in a touristic place? I think it depends on the place. If you go into a church with your cosplay, that might be seen as being disrespectful. If you go, like for instance, I talked about the Hôtel de Ville, which is, like I said, the mayor's place in Paris. There is a big plaza in front of it. If you go there in your cosplay, I don't think it would be that big of an issue. Or even if you go like on the Eiffel Tower, as long as you don't have anything that security would be mad at you for, with you, on you with your cosplay, I think they wouldn't care. So it kind of depends on where you go. It's in Poland, western side of the country, next to Germany. Okay, can find it pretty easily. What do you mean you can find it? Do you mean just on Google Maps? I mean, I will just take your word for it. I don't think I'm gonna go there unless my best friend tells me she wants to, and one day I accompany her to Poland. Otherwise, yeah, I'm probably not going to go there. But do let me know if you ever go back there and if you meet Ktoś. I don't know where Ktoś is from in Poland exactly. I've never asked him, but do let us know if the two of you meet someday. Marsha limps into the castle. Her figure looks small beneath the towering columns. A shadow falls over her, swallowing her entirely. Adelheid? The knight wears a stern expression. She seems to have been waiting for some time. I watched your training today. You were ordered to fall back, yet you chose to stay behind and hold off the pursuers. Yes, madam. What was your reason? They were wounded. Someone had to buy them time, or the whole team might have been caught. And you believed your sacrifice would guarantee their escape. Mission accomplished. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. And did you buy them enough time? No, ma'am. After I died, the pursuers caught up with the rest of the team. Her heroic sacrifice ended prematurely. Tapped by a blunted spear, she was declared dead and put out of the fight. You stayed behind alone without any cover, without a plan, and all you ended up doing was throwing your life away. The young knight is struck by her master's criticism, but she steels herself and defends her choice. The problem was our choice of evacuation route.
But
If we had attempted the other mountain pass, where the path was narrow, I would have been able to buy them enough time.
this is my choice.
Knight, a true knight, is never afraid of death in the service of duty. She looks up at Adelheid, staring straight into her eyes, her lips pressed into a hard line.
What if...
And if there is no narrow path next time? What if you cannot guarantee your sacrifice will mean anything at all?
Marsha.
Do you think I don't know you, child? It wouldn't have made a difference. You've always acted recklessly. You volunteered to man the battering ram without even knowing how it works. You are the first to the front in every shield wall, and the first to leap into every fight.
You were too bold.
I've been too effective.
It seemed as if you would not accept any fate except that of a martyr.
Oh, I turned a scared little girl into a would-be martyr. Her tone is self-critical, but she softens as she leans toward
I understand.
Marsha. I know you're eager to prove yourself. You want to show you're worthy of our vows with some great act of sacrifice. You want people to forget that you're just some lost orphan discarded in the snow. Well, you didn't need to say it like that, man. You didn't need to say that.
Marsha.
That you are, instead, a valiant knight, a fighter worth celebrating through the ages. Isn't that right, Marsha? Marsha freezes, her face flushing hot. Her deepest desire had been laid bare with complete precision. Yes, it is true.
However...
You've replaced your fear with bravado, but you haven't learned to use your courage effectively, making you foolhardy. Adelheid turns and motions for Marsha to follow.
Adelheid.
Where are we going? Their footsteps echo through the empty hallway, time seeming to slip away in the rhythmic echoes. A new lesson. Something just as important as bravery. Yes?
Cherish your life.
Recklessness does not just waste your courage, it puts your comrades in danger as well. Marsha, do you know why the Hochland Order was founded? Hochland. God damn, that word is difficult to say.
I still remember.
You've told me before. It was created to tend to wounded soldiers. I think it is time I teach you its history in detail. Adelheid stops and opens the library door behind them. I need more tea. Going back there myself. Got some wine there to try out. I'm afraid, unfortunately, Ktosh is not going to be able to drink wine with you. He's not of age to drink wine, so maybe meeting him there will not be the best of ideas. She kind of did? What do you mean she kind of did? Do you mean she needed to tell her that she was a discarded orphan? I don't think she needed to tell her that. Telling her that she didn't need to prove herself, blah blah blah, yeah, sure. But there are kind of ways to say these kinds of things. The night is dark. Not a single light nor star illuminates the space beyond her view. Marsha listens to the rustling that pulled her from sleep. Someone has slept in the middle of the night and is rummaging around for something. All but invisible in the darkness, she can spy Adelheid stirring awake. Without exchanging a word, they both continue to feign sleep, waiting for the intruders to come closer.
Shoot!
Damn it. Nothing's here. Hush, don't wake them up. The low whispers come from two men. They creep toward the cabinet above the knights' heads. Maybe that's what they are after. It's not here. We have to get back. I heard a gun. Ah! Before he can finish the sentence, the frightened man suddenly realizes he can't move. His body is pinned to the floor. He turns his head with difficulty, only to see a gun pressed against his partner's head. Wait, we're only looking for medicine. We didn't mean any harm. The red-haired woman tightens her grip on his wrist. Medicine? Who are you? Refugees, probably, I would assume. Drilling it in that she sees why Marsha acts the way she does. Orphans are known to have inferiority complex. Yeah, but for me there are different ways of approaching that issue, and you don't need to drill things into people. It's a different approach to teaching, basically, but for me, drilling is not the best way. But you can slowly make a person understand the issue at hand, and trying to make them come to the same conclusion as you have come to conclude. But you don't need to use harsh words for that. I forgot to read. As their shield, part 5. There you go. Drilling is what I understand. I would assume it's because it's something that you've been through yourself, and I mean, technically, I have as well. But the world is wide, and there are many more methods in the world, thankfully. Marsha presses a piece of gauze to the man's cheek, a cut from the rough wall she pushed him into. Adelheid holsters her pistol and folds her arms, listening to the other man. My name is Mikhail, and the man you're pinning against the wall is my comrade, Alexei. We're from nearby, Durovka. Wait, so are we in the Eastern Front now? Maybe? I'm somewhat confused. Because for me, this all sounds like we're actually in the Eastern Front. And... Because I thought we were on the Western Front. So, what is happening there? Same, you're confused as well, Sparta? Okay. I'm not the only one. Or maybe these two Eastern European sounding people came... Well, no, because they said the name of the town, Durovka, right? Wait, let me search this up real quick. Durovka, does that exist? No, it does not. Okay. It does not exist. So or at least Google did not find it. Yes, we were in Brest. Huh? When the armistice was signed. At first they sent us back to recover at the hospital in town. But then things started to fall apart. Brest is a city in France that is at the westernmost region of France. Confusion 100, yep. I don't know what Dragonborn came in and cast their confusion spell on us, but goddamn, I am so confused here. Brest is literally like one of the most western city in France. I don't know what's going on here. Yeah, I'm lost. Especially because the order that Marsha is from Germany, right? It's a German order, and their castle was in Germany, and their castle was looted by Manus Vindictae, so I'm assuming they're still in Germany, right? Spatial displacement along with temporal? As far as we know, no. It's not like in Mushoku Tensei, you know, there was spatial displacement in that anime. As far as we know, no, that's not how it works. I mean, maybe they used some kind of teleportation spell, but there aren't that many people capable of doing that. Igor was able to do that, because Zeno is able to do that. They know how to do that. That is how they killed Arcana in the first place. They teleported her to where they had prepared the nuke to go off of. And Manus Vindictae is also capable of doing that. But I don't think random people can do that easily. And it's not about the storm either, because I don't think we've ever heard of something like that. So, yeah. Igor can't teleport a fucking town. I mean, he still managed to teleport himself and his men, I believe, in chapter 12. Because Ptolemy was definitely alongside him, and I do believe he teleported his men with him. And because I've actually rewatched, you know, my own stream for the notes I was taking, Ivan at some point says very clearly that Igor is capable of making an entire army vanish. Maybe himself and some dudes, but not a fucking town. Yeah, but apparently he can. It's not just some dudes. Sorry, it is an entire army. That is literally what Ivan said. So he can teleport a shit ton of people, actually. The town itself, no, and I don't think the town has moved. So there is something else that we have misunderstood somewhere along the lines, I guess. Or maybe they have traveled to the east for some reason. Ah shit, I don't remember if they said where they sent Marsha in this quest to get to Adelheid. We've been looking through these old buildings for medical supplies. Anything we could use to help the wounded there. Huh? Wait, so you want to help the wounded where? Because the last city you mentioned was Brest. The geography of this whole sentence makes no sense whatsoever. Or did you mean Dorovka? So you were in Brest. In Brest, not Brest. Brest is... never mind. Brest. You were in Brest during the armistice. And then you... Yeah, no, I don't know what's going on, man. The hospital is really desperate for supplies. But, by the way, Sparta, even though I mentioned Igor, we know he can teleport some things, but I mean, he's an exceptional person, right? People like Mikhail, I would doubt, has the ability to even teleport in the first place. Much less teleport kilometers and kilometers away, right? So here, yeah, I'm just confused. And I don't think Igor had anything to do with this issue here.
What happened?
Oh, sorry. What happened to the hospital? I thought she was going to finish her sentence. You know, she started, and then An army can be a battalion, 300 to 1,000, or a regiment, 2,000 to 5,000 dudes. I doubt he can TP a regiment. I don't know. Technically speaking, it was never specified. But that's not the issue. The point is some people can teleport a great amount of things, if you want to say it like that. But at the same time, I do not believe that this is what is going on here. Igor had Max a battalion with him during that jump. Yeah, but we don't know if that is his Max or not. Like, here you're making an assumption as to what Igor is capable of or not, but it was not explicitly stated how many men he teleported, and if that many men was actually his maximum or not. We don't know for a fact. Mikhail glances between Marsha and Adelheid, and his eyes brighten when he notices the badge on Marsha's chest. A few days ago, there was chatter that Manus Vindicte was launching an attack, but no one took it seriously. We thought they were on the run. Then they hit us in force. In just a few days, they overran what was left of the army and seized control of all the supply routes. Now they're squeezing the life out of every last pocket of resistance. We know they'll hit Dorovka any day now. But there is no way to evacuate the wounded safely. Yeah, I'm still confused about the geography there. Be right back. Very well. Ma'am, you're from the St. Pavlov Foundation, aren't you? I recognize your badge. Mikhail's pleading gaze on Marsha says what he cannot. That is correct. Mikhail, do you know how many people are still in the hospital? About 100. Mostly the wounded that are too weak to move, along with the doctors and nurses. What will happen if Manus Vindicte surrounds the hospital? The scenario plays out in Marsha's mind to its inevitable end.
Don't worry.
I will contact the Foundation in Sen, explain the situation and request immediate support. But they don't have time to get... They won't have time to get here before the Manus. Before then. When, by the way, they just mentioned it. The town is supposed to be called Sen, but I have no idea where that is. Sen... Town? Sen... City... Yeah, no, I can't find it online. I don't know what that place is. Is it a region? Ah, Commune de Seine. Ah, wait. We have a Commune du Seine, okay. Written S-E-N. Le Seine, where is that? It is in the southwest of France. Huh. Ah. Okay, that's why I don't know, but okay. It has 215 inhabitants. But it is in the southwest of France. What about Dorovka then? Where is that? Because I kind of doubt we have a Dorovka town. Ah, maybe there is a village named Dorovka somewhere. Dorovka is situated borders with the hills from the east and permanently washed by Volga River waters. So they are from Dorovka, somehow made it to Brest, and now is in Seine. Or Le Seine, I suppose. Would be the name of the place. I think. So they are still on the Western Front. Technically speaking. But yeah, not gonna lie, this got me real confused. Marsha looks at Adelheid. Her head has dipped, heavy with thoughts of her own. Mikhail, I need to discuss this with my comrade.
I'll do my best.
If possible, I will join you at the hospital and do what I can to assist you until the Foundation arrives. Thank you. Behind them, Adelheid has opened the door and briskly stepped outside. Outside the house, Adelheid removes the little shield hanging at her waist. Thin sheet metal with a rough weld. Never properly polished, its uneven edges sting her palms as she turns it in her hand.
What if...
By this time tomorrow, we may have reclaimed our stolen relics. All the wealth and history of our order lies just out of our grasp. The thin morning light turns the distant horizon pale.
But
By this time tomorrow, that hospital and all the people inside may be nothing more than a charred ruin.
Adelheid,
These people need our help. Adelheid frowns, yet her eyes can't help tracing the simple strokes painted across the shield. Stash had never seen their home. He had no idea what Hoes Schloss actually looked like. But through Adelheid's words, it seemed he imagined it as an unyielding tower that stood tall atop a mountain for 1,000 years. A castle where generations of knights lived, fighting for justice in service of the weak and the needy. The place she had left before coming to Sen, where she had met a boy in need of help. The boy who painted this tall and noble tower. Losing these relics has laid our shame bare to the whole world. As acting Grand Master, I failed to stop them. I was derelict in my most sacred duty. Now I have a chance to right this injustice. I cannot allow them to escape. If the Order is to survive, we must reclaim those priceless treasures. Adelheid looks down the road toward the town center, conflict tightening her expression.
you shall be the shield that protects the weak.
Adelheid replies with a dry, bitter laugh. We always recite the words from the Code of Chivalry and the knight's vows before we march.
Whether to defend a knight's honor or save precious lives. Such things ought not be weighed against one another. However...
Yet here we are forced to decide. Marsha walks up to her mentor and comrades in arms.
Adelheid,
Remind me, Sister Adelheid, why did you receive this shield? She replies with a sharp glance deep with turmoil.
Back then,
Boy lingered in death's hand, sick with a deadly fever. But I cured him. In turn, I suppose he wanted to protect me. It might not be the equal of our greatest relics, but it was given with noble intention. Neither need to say the obvious. A bullet would pass through that thin sheet metal like it was paper, but Adelheid planned to carry it into battle all the same. Our vows have always been in service to people like him, without expectation of a reward. That single act of mercy is more worthy of our vows than 1,000 gilded relics and chests of looted gold. That shield is proof of your honor as a knight. I don't see a dilemma at all. Marsha's voice is as soft as rustling grass. She knows she's challenging everything her mentor has ever held dear, but she will not let it go unsaid. If we miss this opportunity, there may never be another chance to reclaim what we've lost. But the Order has a long way ahead, long enough for us to restore its glory and fill that emptied castle once more. Let it begin with that rusty shield. Let it be the sign of what is to be a true knight. Marsha stands firm. She can sense her old master hesitating. All she needs is a gentle push. Yet, for as much as it may herald a new beginning, That tower on her shield is also a reminder of their roots.
You've changed.
I remember when you were the one that couldn't wait to face the enemy, leaping to your death instead of falling back to care for the wounded. Marsha smiles softly.
I just hope that the changes I have gone through will lead me to a brighter future.
War changes us. It changes everything, in ways that cannot be undone. But I must believe the changes I went through have a purpose. With 2 Hochland knights in their defense, the hospital may just hold out until the Foundation supports arrives. Marsha exhales in relief. Thank you, Adelheid. She smiles and then takes out her communicator. Mr. Razor, we have an emergency. Adelheid gives the shield one last glance before fastening it back to her waist. To be continued. Not to be continued yet. The 4 of them waste no time and reach Dorovka by noon. They can spy the hospital from the end of the road. But something else comes into view as well. Rising smoke. Damn it! They're already here!
Hold on!
Wait, Alexei! Marsha grabs the soldier just before he begins to charge. She fixes her focus on the distant sea. The smoke isn't coming from the hospital. It's raining outside. They're still fighting. What's that? What's what? In the bright flare of exploding grenades, hardened steel flashes silver, and horses pant and whine as they pound across the concrete. That can only be the Order. They're here, and they're fighting Manus Vindictae. Adelheid's voice lifts with each word.
What?
Then there were other knights nearby? After the initial shock, Marsha nearly cries out in joy and relief. Hurry, let's move! She releases Alexei as they all begin to dash forward toward the battle. Adelheid follows a few steps behind. She can see Marsha from the back. All of a sudden, it seems as if she were that foolhardy girl once more. But then the wind lifts the edge of her grayish-green coat, revealing a glimpse of the nurse's uniform beneath. She has changed indeed. Oh, is the battle over? Oh, I thought we were in for a fight. The unexpected arrival of a dozen knights of the Hochland Order catches the splinter force of Manus Vindictae completely off guard. Outside the hospital, the knights mop up, ensuring the threat is completely neutralized.
Mr. Reze.
The hospital is safe. We've run the Manus off for now, thanks to the Hochland Order. I need to speak with the head of the hospital and assess our situation.
Reinforcements will arrive soon.
Your requested reinforcements are still en route. Even if Manus aren't a threat for now, the hospital needs to be evacuated. Understood. Just as Marsha finishes her report, she's suddenly pulled into a warm, excited embrace. My dear Marsha, you're alive! Edelgard. Oh, she's kind of cute. Just got back after finishing the story myself. What do you think about Adelheid's initial plan to reclaim the Order's relic? I understand the idea. I'm not entirely sure what the purpose practically, is. Like, can she sell those relics to earn money? So, because any type of organization is going to need money, right? So her order is also going to need money. So is that why she wanted those relics back? Or is it just for the moral aspect of it, in the sense that like these relics carry history, but also the fact that since they were stolen, it was kind of tarnishing the honor of the knights and whatnot. Like, I get the idea, but at the same time, I'm kind of happy that she chose to go and help the hospital, because for me specifically, in my opinion, lives matter more than well, basically what amounts to trinkets. They are very important trinkets, but you can always get more trinkets. Just like Marsha said, you can always get more little shields from young children that you save or stuff like that, right? But the child itself, you can't get him back if he dies, right? So I understand why she wanted to do it, but at the same time, I'm happy that she decided that there were more important things to do than that, I suppose. Oh, wait, let me dismiss the ads for now, because I kind of want to finish this first. A familiar face brightens on her. A familiar face brightens on her like a golden sun. Her childhood sparring partner leaps toward her with a beaming smile. Marsha hugs her back just as tightly.
glad.
Yes, Hilde, I'm alive. I'm so glad we found you here. But why are you here?
It was an accident.
We weren't supposed to come this way, but we heard from some of the evacuees that the hospital was in trouble. We rode as fast as we could. God be good, we made it in time.
Thank goodness.
And on top of that, to find you and Master Adelheid together. It truly is a blessed day, sister. Adelheid does not interrupt the reunion between comrades. She listens to Hildegard as the victorious warrior beams with yet more words of joy and knightly Ellen? I don't know how you say that in English. It looks like the French word élan, though we have an accent on the E, I guess, but yeah, I don't know how to pronounce that. Drifting deep into thought. Am I out of tea? Ah! Anya! Anya, so I make Anya. I guess, okay, so ads are going to start in 3 minutes, but for now I just need tea. And hello, Volorod. Hello to you and welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. I'm a returning player. May I ask for advice for whom it is better to make Euphoria? Depends on what characters you have. Depends on what characters you have. Most Euphorias are generally speaking quite good. But what would you call that? I don't know. Like for instance, if you don't have Beryl, I wouldn't give Isolde her Euphoria because on her own, Isolde is good enough, I suppose, but she truly shines in the lingering glow archetype. So it wouldn't really make sense, even though, like, with her Euphoria, she's great, but she's great because she's part of the rest of the team, you know what I mean? So it truly depends on what characters you have and what characters you want to play, right? So depending on what kind of team you want to make, you can have like you can decide on based on that. If you tell me a few names, like I could tell you which one sounds better usually, because not all Euphorias are equivalent and not all characters are equivalent, of course. Some characters are indeed stronger than others, so it kind of depends. I will try to help you to the best of my abilities, but it truly depends because we have like 100 characters. We're probably more in Reverse 1999, so I'm gonna need a bit more information from you, Volorod, if you want me to help you out on that. But I am willing, there is no problem. I can't guarantee everything because I don't know every single Euphoria there is in the game, but I would still say I know most, probably. Maybe they used Elan because of the context. We have Elan in German too, and usually English uses verve, vigor, zest, enthusiasm, or panache. I mean, yeah, no, with the context, if it is the same definition as the French word, I 100% understand. It does make sense, what they said. It's just that I just don't know how to pronounce that word in English. Because I've always pronounced it as élan, as in the French pronunciation. And I had no idea that English had borrowed that word from French. I'm guessing English borrowed it from French and not the other way around, probably. And maybe French borrowed it from German. That I don't know. But, yeah, you know what? I'm going to trigger the ads manually just because, well, they are going to start in 20 seconds anyway. But I also just want the ads to be over. You know what? Maybe I should go to the restroom while the ads do their thing. Okay, you know what? Give me a couple of minutes. I will go to the restroom and I will be right back. That way, while the ads run, we don't miss out on any of the story. Be right back, going to the restroom, and then we can continue. Break is here. And there you go. I'll leave you with a bit of music as always. And I am back. Switching scenes abruptly. There we go. Where was I at? There, and there. What did I miss? The Knight, Melania, Semmelweis 37, Lilia Centurion, Eternity, and those two new characters in the current banner. I was lucky enough to get them. Ah, congrats! Wait, one of them is Marsha. Who is the other one?
The moans of the wounded.
Ah, Moldier. Okay. Okay. Let me think. None of the characters you've mentioned are sustains. I would say your best bet, because you just got Moldier, your best bet, Volorod, would be to give Melania her Euphoria. Melania is part of the ultimate archetype. Basically, they spam ultimates. That's how that type of team works. And let me check my characters. Where is Melania? Melania? Oh, Melania. Yeah, Melania is here. Melania works with Moldier. Moldier being over there. The two of them work together, so you could give Melania her Euphoria to play with Moldier, for instance. Marsha will work with them. It's not really like a must. It's just that she's a great sustain overall. She's a great shielder. She specializes in working with lingering glow teams, so with Beryl and Isolde. My Isolde is all the way up top over there. But like, technically speaking, you can place her anywhere if you want to. It's just that her lingering glow aspect is not going to be all that great. It won't really be utilized, but she will still protect your characters. To be fair, we don't really have an ultimate archetype sustain as far as I remember, as far as I know. So you could play the two of them together, Moldier and Melania. Otherwise, wait, who else did you mention? Semmelweis and Eternity you can play together, but then I would say do not play Semmelweis Eternity with Marsha. That will not work, because Semmelweis and Eternity are part of the Blood Tithe archetypes, which is basically HP loss. They like to lose HP to do more damage. Marsha, being a shielder, means they won't lose HP, and she's not going to heal them either, so it would be a bit of an issue. But otherwise, you can still give them their Euphoria. If you play with someone like Fatutu, or if you have Rubuska, I guess, she works. Medicine Pocket also works. Their Euphoria is actually pretty decent. What about the Knight? He also all charges type. Yeah, he does. I have heard good things. Bonjour. I myself did not actually look into his thing. Yeah. Let me check real quick before we get back to the story. I guess so. I have heard from another viewer. They've mentioned that A Knight was quite nice to play with his new Euphoria. So you could play A Knight, Moldier, and Melania together, and add a sustain in there. Oh, I forgot to mention I have Tooth Fairy. Tooth Fairy is going to get a Euphoria. I don't believe she has one yet. Where is my Tooth Fairy? Let me check. Tooth Fairy? Ah, there she is. Yeah, no, she doesn't have one yet.
It's time for a checkup.
Euphoria is going to kind of change the way she works. She used to be an amazing sustain, an amazing healer. Nowadays, her healing is not enough, unfortunately. And her Euphoria is going to stir her away from healing and more into an impromptu support. Impromptu being a type of team with, I guess regulars, technically speaking, can fit in there. Kiperina is the sustain for Impromptu. Barcarola is usually the main DPS of Impromptu. And I don't have Aleph, but Aleph would be one. So yeah, Tooth Fairy... well, to be fair, you can't give her Euphoria yet. I don't know if it will come out next patch or the patch after that. That I have to admit I don't quite remember. But yeah, A Knight, Melania, you can play both with Moldier by giving them their Euphoria, A Knight and Melania's Euphoria both. Without their Euphorias, I think those teams would work way less. They wouldn't be as good, I would say. Semmelweis can be played with Eternity, and I believe Semmelweis only has one Euphoria, I think. Where is my Semmelweis? She's there.
Welcome. You
Can I
appear
switch?
to have come in
No,
a hurry.
okay. So
there
Semmelweis, you
must
can
be
give
an
her
emergency.
Euphoria.
It's always
For
good to have you here,
Eternity,
no matter if you found a bargain or
I believe,
suffered
yeah.
a loss.
Her first Euphoria makes her a Blood Tithe support, and her second Euphoria makes her a Blood Tithe main DPS. So you could give her either one, depending on what you want exactly out of Eternity. And you could play Eternity with Semmelweis. Again, both Euphorias. One Euphoria for Eternity, one Euphoria for Semmelweis. That could be a thing as well. But it will kind of depend on what type of sustain you have to help your Blood Tithe team. I don't believe that Tooth Fairy is going to be enough. And Marsha quite simply does not work with Blood Tithe, so I wouldn't recommend playing them together. 37 and Lilia can be played together. They do have, Lilia has 2 Euphorias. Her follow-up attack Euphoria is pretty good, but not gonna lie, it's not exactly the strongest, so I'm not entirely sure if it is really worth using your resources on Lilia. I personally like Lilia a lot.
Don't be
I've
in
given
and
her
out.
her Euphoria,
You're bugging me.
but not gonna lie, I don't play her as often as I used to. So depending on what you want to play with, if you really like a character, feel free to go ahead. She works well. She's not it's not a problem playing with Lilia. It's not like she's completely dog shit or anything like that. But I have way stronger character than her, so I usually play those stronger characters. So yeah, those would be my advice. I think I've covered more or less all the bases, probably. And hello Decaf, welcome to the stream and happy lurking to you. Thank you for being here. Got it, thanks. It's a lot to get into. I was last time in Melania's banner. Oh god. I don't even remember when Melania had a banner last time. But okay, it's been a while. A lot of team archetypes have been developed since then. Like I've mentioned, you have Impromptu, you have Poison is not exactly great. Ultimate, you have what else? Lingering Glow, Blood Tithe. These are the main types, I suppose. But at the end of the day, honestly, this game is easy enough for most content, as long as you follow a proper team archetype and you just don't throw in random characters together. Honestly, most content can be done fairly easily. The only content that is somewhat harder is Main's Bulletin, I suppose, and the Reveries. Those two would be somewhat more difficult, I would say. But until you reach that point, if you haven't been playing the game for the last 2 years or something like that, because if you're talking about Melania's first banner, that was a long ass time ago. I think she came out in 1.1 maybe, something along those lines. So she was there a long ass time ago. So yeah, if you haven't played through, then yes. You might just, take your time to enjoy the game as it is. And Flutterpage being a good impromptu unit because she has a bigger Eureka gauge than 2 units combined. Like, what the fuck? True. Flutterpage, this girl, she's the most overworked child
I thought it was
in this entire game. She fits into follow-up teams and impromptu teams. She fits everywhere, honestly. You can you play her? Yeah, you can even play her in Lingering Glow teams. Girl is everywhere. Yeah, I'll be brutally honest. Worth starting reverse right now, or should I wait for the next patch cycle? Well, just like Emmy says, they say the best moment to start a gacha is at release. The second best is right now. Like, what would you consider a good moment to start? Because personally, I'm just like, you can start whenever you want. It won't really change much. I will say Marsha is currently the absolute best sustain in the team, in the game, sorry. She's kind of insanely strong. That being said, we do have other strong sustainers like Kiperina. I do believe Robuska is also quite good. Fatutu is still strong as fuck. But Marsha is just bringing the sustains to the next level, I will say. So starting right now would be a good idea. That way you can try and snag Marsha. Even if you don't have Beryl and can't play a proper Lingering Low team, honestly, it's not that big of an issue. Like I've mentioned, Marsha is generalist enough that she can be played anywhere, honestly. So you would be fine starting right now. Okay, got it. So Newt will be Melania. Now we'll do for the night then. Hope it's not bad time to get into the game. No, for me there is no bad time to get into a game, unless like there is something bad happening with the game, or like the game is about to end service or something like that, which is not the case for Reverse 1999. The game is doing well, so I don't think end of service is coming anytime soon. So for me, honestly, you can come back any time. Just take your time, enjoy the game. In my opinion, is what's more important. I mean, there is a difference between starting in, let's say, HSR 2.x patch cycle versus 3.x patch cycle, so you get what I'm trying to figure out. If you're talking about power creep, in my opinion, Reverse 1999, out of all the gacha games that I play, Reverse 1999 is the game that handles power creep the best. Like, for me, I do not feel pressure pulling for characters because you absolutely need the newest, freshest unit or whatnot. Unlike in Honkai Star Rail, for instance. With Honkai Star Rail, the power creep is through the roof. But Reverse 1999 is way more chill. Honestly, you can really play however you want. Endgame content, like the cyclical endgame content, such the equivalent to, for instance, in Honkai Star Rail, the equivalent to Memory of Chaos, Pure Fiction, Apocalyptic Shadows, honestly, they're relatively easy. On the other hand, the Reveries are way harder, but it's not just about units, it's also about strategy in there. Now it's hard to get Euphoria Orange keys, really pain in the ass, hope they'll fix it. I guess so. I mean, I do personally have I have a stash of them, because I haven't Euphoria that many. Well, I mean, I have Euphoria quite a few. I give it to Sotheby, Lilia, Marcus, Eternity, Medicine Pocket, Anan Lee. Yeah, never mind. I have Euphoria quite a few characters, to be honest. But yeah, the Reveries is where you get most of the Euphoria materials. That can be somewhat difficult. But that is really endgame content. That is what you get to when you've already played the game for a while, and usually you have characters. You have been pulling for characters in the meantime. Like, usually that's the type of content that takes a few months to truly get into. The first few stages of the reveries are okay. You can start soon-ish, I would say, but at the end of the day, the reveries are endgame content type of deal. So, of course, if you just got back into the game for Volorod or Esparta, if you barely start the game right now, there is absolutely no point in discussing meta and discussing endgame content. So, the point is, like, yeah, you're not going to reach that anytime soon. Do not underestimate how unemployed I am. Yeah, but the fact is that you will still need to be patient in order to get characters. That's just... no matter how many hours you pour into the game, no matter whether or not you have finished the main storyline and stuff like that, you will still need to wait to be able to pull for various characters, right? Because there is a... what do you call that? There is a standard banner, but I will say one thing, do not ever pull on this banner. Do not ever sink your pulls into that banner. This banner is utterly useless, okay? Do not ever pull on this thing. So at the end of the day, you will have to wait to see what kind of ripples of the water banner there are, the reruns and the limited character banner, etc. So yeah, point is, you're gonna have to wait. You don't have a choice. Yeah, but how to play without Euphoria characters? I got only one. Patience. Patience. I've always said this, but patience is key when playing a gacha game. You have to have patience to save for the characters you want. You have to have patience for, what do you call that? For, to wait for the characters to get reruns and stuff like that. Patience is key. Trying to rush things is, in my opinion, is not a good idea because you're not going to enjoy your time there. Yeah, energy system being a blessing and a curse. True that. It is both a blessing and a curse. It forces you to take your time, but at the same time, that means that if you want to rush things, you can't. Now, how I see the demand a full team of one archetype like Alt or a Lingering Glow. You don't need that team specifically, but it will make your life easier, of course, because it is the most recent team, so it is stronger usually, because it came out recently and whatnot. But you can still use impromptu teams, for instance. If you have Regulus, if you have Voyager as well, she's an impromptu character. The impromptu team archetype, which has been there for a long-ass time by now, the impromptu is still strong as fuck. It's still really strong. So you don't actually need the latest team, in my opinion. And you need to have patience, right, Marsha dear? Yes. I don't know why you specifically said Marsha. Oh, patience. Okay, you meant to... Okay, I see. I saw the correction afterwards. I prefer active patience. Well, I mean, I suppose it depends on the state of the patient, right? I'm glad I didn't. I considered pulling the standard banner for Semmelweis and Spathadia, but managed to wait until getting Semmelweis in Nautica's patch. And yes, live service games are a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah, I agree with you on that, Dan. They are a marathon, not a sprint. You have to take your time with these games. Otherwise, you're just going to put pressure upon yourself to try and get this character or that character, and it's not really going to work out in your favor. In my opinion, you are not going to enjoy your time if you try to rush things and force things to happen. Sadly, don't have Regulus. Paper Heron it comes in a month. If I recall correctly, Paper Heron is also impromptu, for instance. Plus, you already have Tooth Fairy, and Tooth Fairy is going to get her Euphoria for impromptu, so maybe that could help, you know? But at the end of the day, you just came back, right? So take your time. Only one Semmelweis cause she is one of hungry. I think I am hungry. Hungary's legend. Well, I don't know when she's going to get a rerun, not gonna lie. I don't know, but at some point she will get a rerun, that's for sure. Now then, oh god, we've been yapping for the last 30 minutes. Let us get back into the story. Holy shit, it's already 10 PM. Okay, yeah, no, we need to get to get moving. Stage 6, analgesic method. Fuck, I don't... Analgesic Méthode analgésique. There you go. I will say it in French then. If I can't pronounce it in English and we have the exact same words in French, I will say them in French. Let's see, I want more, all resources, and so... Well, understandable, but resources take time to build. Like, at some point in my own career in Reverse 1999, I was broke as fuck, like, I didn't have resources to build characters and whatnot. Nowadays, over time, I've managed to build up enough resources where I can level up a character to Insight 3 level 60 as soon as I pull them. Like next week, for instance, we are going to pull for Igor when he comes out next Thursday. Not tomorrow, but the week after. I will be able to build him straight up. But there was a time where I was lacking resources because I was building too many characters at once. So, you know, over time, again, patience is always key. Although Manus Vindicte has been driven off, the battle has only worsened the hospital's condition. Its corridors, already crowded, have received a new influx of wounded. Coughs and low groans echo out even past the doors. What knights and soldiers can stand... Huh? Oh, what knights... Oh, wait, I didn't... Well, I guess the knights are helping or something. I wasn't done reading. We have to go. We're all going to die. A soldier on one of the beds suddenly trashes upright, shoving away the nurse who is trying to stymie his bleeding. The nurse grips his shoulder to steady him. Another doctor rushes over with several strips of cloth, trying to tie the soldier's arm to the side of the bed. But he only struggles harder. Doctor, he needs a sedative. No, his pulse is too weak. Someone hold him down. Just then, a hand covered in armor reaches in and presses gently on the soldier's forehead. Sister Marsha. In short order, Marsha has made herself indispensable to the staff here as they treat the wounded and dying as best they can.
Don't worry.
I've used my arcane skill to calm his delirium. You should be able to treat him now. She moves between wards, her pale face running damp with sweat. Phew, sister, you arrived just in time. On the bed, the soldier's murmuring softens and his movements slow. The doctor quickly binds his limbs and begins stitching the wound. Sister Marsha! Marsha turns and sees Mikhail at the doorway, accompanied by a woman in nun's uniform. Marsha checks the soldier for a moment more. When the doctor gives her a nod, she steps towards the door. Who is she going to see? Did she knock his ass out? No, I believe she used her arcane skill to calm him down, like she ate away his bad emotions or something like that, basically. And thank you very much, Volorod, for the follow. Welcome to our little community over here. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy your stay. Hope Igor is good. I'm eager to get him. He looks very handsome and cool. He is pretty good. He's not amongst the top DPS as far as I can tell, but he's still in towards the upper tiers. If you understand my meaning, he will be strong enough for you to clear most things. And the good news is he is an ultimate archetype. So you can play him with Moldir and Melania, with her Euphoria Melania, specifically. But you will be able to play them together. I hope I reach that point soon. Maybe I'm still leveling too many at once because I'm trying to squeeze out just a little more damage in Main's Bulletin. I would assume at some point most people would reach that point, you know, a point where you're no longer strapped for resources, but it kind of depends on, you know, the amount of characters you wish to build in one go or things like that. Because, for instance, at some point in Genshin Impact, I was rich, kind of, and I had like a lot of resources, and then I built 4 characters in less than 2 patches, or 5 characters in less than 3 patches, or something like that. I don't quite recall. And then I was broke again, and I still haven't recovered. I still haven't fully recovered from that, because after that I built another character and another one, etc. So it kind of depends how many characters you build, right? Indeed, I hope to... good time will do. Thank for the pleasant time. Now, pardon me, I'll need to go clean gym resources. Fair enough. Good time seeing you. Good time to you. Thank you very much, Valorant. Thank you for being here. Once again, thank you for the follow. I wish you a very pleasant time playing Reverse 1999. I really hope that you enjoy this amazing game. And like I said, take your time. Enjoy the ride, basically. But thank you for being here. We have Irene. I am Mother Superior Irene, and you must be the woman from the Foundation? She takes hold of Marsha's hand, but in a firm but gentle grasp. God bless you for what you've done here. I've done very little, Reverend Mother. The Knights of the Hochland Order arrived before we did, but more support from the Foundation is on the way. They should arrive before nightfall. Any help they can provide is already a miracle. There are still so many wounded here. These young men need all the help we can give them. She looks around the hospital, her expression heavy with grief. We had hoped that there would finally be an end to this bloodshed after the armistice. But it seems the war continues, just wearing a different face. With the rumors of bandits and violence further east, everyone is worried for their families. But they want to help. They want to bring an end to this violence.
I'll do my best.
We'll see about securing their passage home, Reverend Mother. I'm certain the Foundation will appreciate whatever help they can offer. The nun thanks Marsha once again, even more effusively than the last time. Mother Irene! A panting nurse rushes down the hallway, holding an empty glass bottle. We're out of ether. There is only one bottle left in the warehouse. More bad news arrives, and the dutiful woman responds. She must weigh the value of each resource against the lives and suffering around her. Prioritize surgeries. We need to make this bottle last until the evening. For the others, we'll have to rely on pressure and immobilization. Have we any alcohol left? The nurse nods. A shame it's all ethyl. More than anything. I think these boys need a stiff drink. But in lieu of that, soak some herbs with it. Use them as topical salves. She turns to Marsha. Sister, would you mind relaying the urgency of our situation to the Foundation once more?
Don't worry.
Of course. Marsha looks around the room and sees other knights in silver armor working through their injuries and pain to assist the beleaguered hospital staff. She tightens her trembling hand, then makes a resolute decision. Reverend Mother, perhaps there is something more I can do. Here she go. Oh, absorb guilt. Ah, yes. I wanted to read chat, but I guess oh god, I have to move around. Okay. Eating. Wait, I can eat you? Come on. What? Oh, this time it goes the other way around, I guess. It ate my points. How could you do this to me? No. Oh god, there is a lot. Give me more. I need more. Num. Okay, if I eat the tiny red things, I think oh no, this one makes me grow. So I think that the red ones take away from my from me. But the orange ones are the ones I should be eating. Okay. Come on, come here, there, and there. Okay, good. Oh no, so I do have to eat the red ones. Okay, you come here, there you go. I can eat you as well, there we go. And I'm missing one. And where are you? Wait, you. Num num num, come here. Num num num. We have eaten everything. By the way, according to her Bond story, Marsha's surname is Rosenhart. Rose hard, Rose strong. Right. Technically, I named my stream learning more about Marsha Rosenhart because I looked up Marsha online and I found that people called her Marsha Rosenhart. I had no idea where it came from, but I trusted people that it was indeed her name. But it is a beautiful name, I will say that. And it kind of fits her, right? Shame she's a nun. Why? Do you want to bang the nun, Sparta? Is that what you mean? Early in the morning, Adelheid moves through the hospital. Sister Hildegard, have you seen Marsha? Hildegard pauses at the question. She's been boarding up doors and windows since the evening prior. I passed by her about half an hour ago. She was coming out of the operating room. Why? I haven't been able to find her.
What's going on?
What was she doing in an operating room? Oh, I can explain. A nearby nurse pushes a medicine cabinet as they brace against the door and joins the conversation. I have a feeling, Adelheid is not going to be happy because Marsha is eating other people's emotions, and that's bad for her. After we ran out of anesthetic last night, Sister Marsha offered to use her arcane skill to help the men through their surgeries. Last I saw her, she was headed to the storage room. Adelheid exchanges a knowing look with Hildegard. Her eyebrows knit tightly. Do you have any ice, nurse? We need a bucketful or more. Nothing we can spare here, no. But some of the soldiers found an ice room in the cellar of an old building nearby. It was quite large. I think perhaps it was for a restaurant? We've been sending parties to collect ice from it from time to time, but there should still be plenty left. But what do you need the ice for?
No need to worry.
Worry not. We will take care of it. Hildegard, fetch that ice and bring it to the storage room now. That foolhardy girl, she pushed herself far beyond her limits. I'm certain of it. I doubt she can even move for all the pain she's taken in. Once again, she has sacrificed herself for others' sake. Not good. Not good indeed. Maybe, says Sparta. Understandable, she looked kind of cute. She kind of reminded me of Sternova, right? Sabina Sternova. I believe she's a colonel and a chief of staff in Ivan's army, if I recall correctly. Oh, I missed that part of the title. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I oftentimes don't even read titles when I'm watching someone I already know. Or rather, usually the thumbnail is enough, right? As Adelheid enters the storage room, her suspicions are immediately confirmed by the slow, ragged breaths that heave out from the corner. In a room of empty boxes, old sheets, and broken things, she finds Marsha curled up against the wall. Her eyes are shut, tears and sweat form a confluence of rivers as they pour down her cheeks and neck. Marsha! Adelheid hurries to her side and eases her gently to the floor. At just a touch, she can feel the burning heat radiating from her body. Adelheid.
Leave it to me.
Shush. Don't speak. Slow your breathing. There is nothing for it now. You must simply endure. Hildegard is bringing up some ice water. We'll cool you down just like we used to back home. Do you remember that? I know you've always feared the cold, You have every reason, but you won't survive this heat. Marsha gives a small nod, forcing a faint apologetic smile.
I understand.
You just won't be content until you die a martyr, will you? Why would you do something so reckless? Every time you take in someone else's pain, you put your own life at risk. I know, but I have you. Marsha gasps the words out between heaves, her voice weak. Adelheid is struck in waves, concern, then fury, pity, and lastly, pride. Had there been no other knights in the hospital, Marsha might have looked for other options, but she knew the others would understand what she'd done and what to do. It wasn't reckless, it was a calculated risk, an act of complete trust in her comrades in arms. Promise me, Marsha. Swear by your oath you will never do this to me again. Marsha! The other knights arrive holding a tub and buckets of ice water, barking orders back and forth as they clear a space in the Together they lift Marsha up and ease her into icy waters. Burning heat hits icy cold. The clash is severe, sharp, painful, sending her into convulsing shivers as she sinks into the tub. Now that certainly doesn't sound pleasant. Words fail to breach through her now clattering teeth. Hot and cold slam into one another, like the beginning of a cyclone. The pain swirls in her, tearing her thoughts apart. Her vision darkens.
Marsha?
She falls back into the abyss. I know, she's cooked. Well, I think she cooked herself. That's the real problem. I think she cooked herself, and that's why Adelheid is angry at her. Where was I at? I'm into Slavic women mostly, and I think Irene is of Slavic origin. No idea about where she's from, not gonna lie. Basically, arcane fever? Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure if it is something that other people can get or if it is very specific to her arcane skill, right? But it is kind of an arcane fever indeed, but I don't know if it's like a regular fever in the sense that, you know, Dan, you can get a fever, I can get a fever, everyone can get a fever, right? Or if this is very specific, a very specific type of fever, if you want to call it that, that is related specifically to her arcane skill. More like cooking from the inside out. Imagine jumping into a fucking bath of ice while suffering from heat stroke. Yeah, no, like I said, very unpleasant. She should be on the verge of death. I would assume she actually, perhaps not exactly the verge of death, but she is getting there. But I do believe that the members of the other knights arrived on time to help her out. At least I hope so. Well, no, it has to be, because otherwise she wouldn't be in chapter 12. Also puts Marsha's shield animation into perspective. She's quite literally powering it with the negative emotions of her allies getting attacked in gameplay. I did not think of that, but that is a good point. I have to admit, I did not try to link gameplay and lore for Marsha. That is a good point. I think you're absolutely right. She probably uses that indeed. But at least that means she has an outlet, right? I'm guessing that taking in all of these bad emotions is bad for her, but if she converts it to use it, like for instance in her ultimate or something like that, then maybe she can discharge all that negative emotion she's accumulated. Stage 7. The Eagle and the Firewood. Wait, what do... I don't know what the blue ones, purple ones do. So I'm not sure if I should... okay. Oh, I have to absorb all of them. I don't have a choice. Okay. I just saw it on the left side corner. Anya, leave me alone. No! Okay, I have like 50 of these. What does this do? Oh, it steals my energy. Ah. Okay, you steal my energy. Very well. Good to know. Oh, no. No, no, no. The blue and black one. The Manus Vindicte colored one that you can see on the left side of the screen. Those I should not eat. Wait. Did I just lose all of my energy? What happened? Did I bump into something while I was looking at something else? Ah, come on. Okay, you've got to be kidding me. That thing came at me. Like, straight up came at me. Oh god, I have to not touch this thing. Okay. Bro, I'm gonna need more. More num-num-nums. I am so far from... no, I can't eat you yet. No, no, go away. It almost sent me into... no! Not again! Leave me alone. Okay, okay, there you go. Oh! The purple ones eat the red ones, I think. Okay. No, no, leave me alone. Okay, wait. Oh no, I can't eat this one yet. But soon. Soon I can eat the purple one there. But bro, it has eaten so much. It's so fat. Oh, wait, I can eat you. There. Oh, but now I can't eat the tiny one either. The bigger one, I mean. We need to get back to 140. Will I even have enough time left? Oh god. Yep, that's another one eaten. I don't know if I'll have enough time to eat the big one, man. Look how big it is. 143. I'm at 50. I think I screwed up, guys. I think Marsha is going to die because of me. No, leave me alone. I think I misunderstood the assignment, guys. And I screwed up. No. Well, we died. Do not eat the Manus Vindicte, but why? Because otherwise we die. I can show you quite easy. Wait. Once the thing is over, just. Oh wait, Anya, don't push me. No. Oh wait, what is this? Oh, I didn't see these abilities. And what does this do? Oh, it helps me go faster. Anya, leave me alone. Go away. Anya, I wanted to eat the one up top. There, eat. Can I? Wait. I suppose I can eat you like that. Oh, I can move with... Okay, this will make things much easier. I can move with my keyboard instead of moving with the mouse because I couldn't... There we go. Okay. This will make it much faster. Okay. I get the idea now. Because having to use the mouse everywhere was absolutely a pain. I guess you can grab all of these. No, leave me alone. Okay, we ate. We eat more. Wait, we can eat you. Okay, come on, you slow as fuck. Eat these guys. You can eat... no! I know, leave me alone. Come on, we can eat you. There we go. We can eat you. And we are missing one, apparently. But where is the one we're missing? No, leave me alone. Now I'm stuck in the corner. No. Oh my god, stop doing... I feel like these things are aiming at me or something. Wait, where is the last one? Oh, it's over there. Okay, we got it. Yay, we won. You. When playing, what's in the bottom right corner? Bottom right, you have one power that allows you to absorb... The power on the left side allows you to absorb the little clouds next to you in an area of effect around you. And the right little power allows you to go a bit faster, basically. But since I was using my mouse, you know, to stir the joystick, I didn't think of clicking on these things at all. My mind was just, oh my god, I need to move. But the fact is that you can just use the keys on your keyboard, thankfully. And yeah. Nicely done, thank you! It was much easier once I understood the assignment, you know? Yeah! What is she saying? Yeah! Oh, she's on a horse, okay. Yeah! Hurry now, Freya! The Sashen lifts its hooves and charges into the fierce alpine wind. Above them, an eagle flies, its broad and powerful wings cutting through the sky like a golden arrow.
Look above us. It's wonderful to see Verena flying so high after her recovery.
Marsha gazes at the soaring raptor, a young face lit with excitement. Raptor. Like... Because I thought, yeah, just like Sparta mentioned, Americans arrived. I thought she was talking about like an eagle or something like that, like a bird, not a raptor. Means, I guess technically speaking, raptors and eagle and birds are somewhat related, with a few million years apart, but somewhat, you know. Until you figured out that the keyboard works, I was convinced that this one is better on touchscreen. Yeah, same. Because yeah, you can use both your thumbs on each side, right? But yeah, no, thankfully they thought about keyboard and PC in general. She had found the injured eaglet beneath a mountain ridge a month ago and took it under her care. So it is an eagle, okay. Now, as if a gift in honor of her 18th birthday, her charge once again takes flight. A good omen, she hopes, for her own ceremony, with the swearing of her sacred vows to the Order. On this day, dressed in her finest robes, she will become a true knight. Today, Freya, I become a knight of the Order, sworn to fight in its honor. I submitted an application too. If the Grand Master accepts, I will be trained as a pilot. Oh, she wanted to be a pilot? Oh, interesting. She could have worked with Lilia, maybe. Oh, it's pronounced Saxon. As in Saxons or Saxony, but I guess she meant her horse breed here instead. So she's riding accompanied by an eagle. Yeah, okay. But it's supposed to be pronounced Saxon. Okay, that's very different from the way I said it. Thank you for mentioning it. She leans down to stare her secret... Oh, wow. She leans down to share her secret dream with the horse as they ride forward.
I just hope that...
Then I'll fly through the air just like Verena. I can't even imagine what it must be like to see the world from above. They say that once you're high enough, the whole world just looks like moss growing over a rock. I guess that's not wrong. Well, there is a bit of water here and there, but yes. The young novice spurs her horse, giving chase to the triumphant eagle. She is about to become a knight and soon a pilot flying over the field of battle. With the wind whipping past her ears, she feels as if she's already flying, riding the wind through fire and blood toward her future glory.
Skill and courage alone decide victory and defeat.
Up there in the sky, skill and courage alone decide victory and defeat, just like jousting knights in the old days. Well, I mean, strategy does matter as well. You may be skilled and courageous, but if your strategies suck, it's gonna be a bit of an issue. Up there, she can bring victory and honor to her order and her nation. She loses herself. In her mind, she imagined herself as her eagle, looking down at the world as she swoops between the clouds. The boundary between earth and sky dissolves. Her dream feels close enough to touch. Faster, Freya. We have to keep up. The horse answers with a loud neigh. It sounds like an agreement. She races wherever the knight's heart leads them, swift as a flash. No field is too vast for them. Glory, bravery, loyalty. These are virtues and the triumphs of a knight. Galloping hard, Marsha believes her path lies wherever these words guide her. At last, the eagle becomes no more than a grey speck on the horizon, and Marsha allows her steed to slow and rest. Her dreams flies off on the back of these golden wings until...
Marsha.
There you are, Marsha. Marsha snaps out of her reverie. She dismounts in a flash and rushes towards her teacher.
Adelheid!
Did the reply come? Did the Grand Master approve my application? Adelheid sighs. I'm sorry, Marsha, but you've been assigned to the 15th Infantry Regiment. You depart in 1 week. Adelheid grips Marsha's shoulders firmly, trying to temper her young novice's enthusiasm with a serious look.
There's nothing romantic about the field of battle, Marsha.
There is nothing romantic about the warrior about to face, child. You must be ready to take care of yourself. At the time, Marsha couldn't fully understand the gravity of her mentor's words. Though she did not get to live out her dream, she was still excited to serve her order, able to finally march out and win glory as a knight. Yeah, I suppose that is, soldiers before going to war kind of see it as an honor, a glory, and whatnot. And then they go to war, and then they realize that war is shit. And then they come back with PTSD, and then they're unhappy. Yeah, war has been very much romanticized, in stories and TV shows, movies, and whatnot. You see it as some kind of glorious feat that you experience and something like that. And then you quickly realize when you're actually in a battlefield that war is just a bloody mess. Quite literally a bloody mess. Nay, indeed. There is no honor in it. In a duel, there is honor, but not in war. I guess so, yeah, you could say that. Or, yeah. I mean, war isn't about honor, it's about winning, more or less, right? And on top of that, the thing with wars is that it's not something you decide, right? You just go where you're told to go, and you try your best to come back alive, basically. It's mostly about that. Oh, right, I read that, yes. Combat Hospital Dorovka. Marsha wakes with a deep ache in her bones. Her heartbeat drums in her ears. The ice water has done its job, easing the worst of her pain. She lies on a makeshift bed of sheets, her clothes already dry. Need to thank Adelheid properly. She sits up, and the first thing that meets her eyes is a pair of hands. The nails are uneven, thick calluses cover the joints, the dry skin is cracked, and bronze stains linger around her fingertips. They are the hardened hands of a trained knight, reshaped by disinfectant and iodine. Who can check on Ilya? His wound may be infected. Marsha steps out of the storage room. I have Darkin's solution here. Marsha returns to her work as though nothing had ever happened, though the words of her mentor linger in the back of her mind.
Don't worry.
Let me clean this wound. She returns to the patients and leaves her past behind. Does this mean she learned no lesson, or or what? The stars and the moon hang in the sky once more, but there is still no sign of reinforcement or relief as Marsha calls to make her report.
Commander Creas.
Sir, if possible, I hope the Foundation will be able to transfer the heavily wounded to safer territory. I will speak with Razor and leave the matter to him. Mr. Razor was supposed to meet me in town this evening, but I haven't been able to reach him. I received a report that he made contact with Manus Vindicte along the way, but as soon as he mops up that little problem, he should arrive at the hospital without delay. Marsha allows herself to relax, tense aching muscles finally slack, though the change would be imperceptible to most. Good, then I will await his arrival. There are some soldiers here from out east, the Don region. They've heard about the fighting there and wanted to help. Could transportation be arranged? Also, I've submitted a request to remain here and assist the hospital staff until the evacuation is complete. Approved and arranged, though I expect you to accompany them on their journey back. The Timekeeper's team will be headed that way as well. Your next mission is to support our Xeno allies in their fight and to rendezvous with the Timekeeper's team to assist them in whatever they need. Okay, so it is as I thought. She went east in order to help out with Vertin and her mission. Understood, sir. Hold on, soldier. Mind if I ask about your friends from the Order? They will be staying behind here, as well for the time being. We're working together to get the wounded treated and evacuated safely. Right. Here's hoping this will mark a change in our rocky relationship. Keep me updated. Yes, sir.
Marsha.
Marsha hears someone calling her name and I was trying to get through as much as I could before the ads started, but the ads have started indeed. Only 70% of the way to death, then 80%. Oh, she'll push her limit a smidge less. Oh, and then that makes more sense, I suppose. Yeah, I guess it's better than before, somewhat. I wouldn't exactly call it the best, but I mean, because like wanting to help people is a good thing, of course. I approve that message, but in my opinion, you always have to take care of yourself first. If all you do is sacrifice yourself for the sake of others, at some point there will be nothing left for you to give. And if that's the case, then who is going to help these other people, right? If you are no longer able to help, then maybe no one will help them. So you might as well take care of yourself first, so that then you can assure that you can continue helping others. But you do have to take care of yourself as well. It is just as important. Otherwise, your work will stop at some point, and, you know, it would be a waste. I understand her in that regard. If you truly decide to help, you're capable of burning out the candle at 3 places, not just both ends. Yeah, but that is not a healthy way of doing things. Plus, like she mentioned, she's not alone. She has the help of her knights, right? The other members of the Order. They might not be able to use the same arcane skills as she can, but like at the end of the day, like I've mentioned, it is not healthy. You have to rely on others, and you have to understand that you cannot do everything on your own. You are a human. Well, I suppose in her case she's an arcanist, but still, she's not a god. She cannot save everyone. She can try and save the most, of course, but it does still require for herself to be in good condition, right? So, I mean, not great. Tell that to people like Marsha. Some people have obsessive self-reliance. Yeah, I know, I've met some. And I understand, but at the same time, it is somewhat annoying in the sense that they oftentimes then put themselves into difficult positions when they could have not been in a difficult position because they could have just relied on someone and it would have been okay. Now, I also understand that oftentimes people who are obsessive with self-reliance come from an environment where they could not rely on anyone. And it does make sense. But when you do meet someone, and someone's, plural, who you know you can rely on, then maybe it would be time for you to change, you know? Again, my opinion. People do whatever they want. At the end of the day, it's their lives. We can't afford to be perceived as weak or not giving it our all. That's where I think you should stop worrying about what others perceive you as and just do your own thing. It's a hard-ass habit to beat. Yeah, no, I understand. Like I said, I've met people like that before, and I'm not going to try and change them, but I have mentioned to them, if you want to rely on someone, if you want to rely on me, I feel like I'm a pretty reliable guy most of the time. Usually I do try to help out my friends and my loved ones, so I do consider myself to be somewhat reliable. More than just somewhat, come on. So I just try to give them the option. If they decide to use the option, it's their decision, and I will be there for them if they do ask me to be there for them. But like, if they choose not to rely on me, that's their problem, kind of. I can't force them to do what I think is healthier or right. It's up to them to make their own decision. And wait, I need to put my, to plug in my laptop. Oh, there you go. And the ads are over. Oh god, it's already 11 p.m. We need to finish this up. And I need to let my voice rest for tomorrow, because tomorrow we have more reading to be done. Tomorrow I will try to yap less, because otherwise I think I'm going to die. At least vocally. Marsha hears someone calling her name. Not far away, several knights sit together in a loose circle, soft laughter drifting from the group. Edelgard waves at her. Feeling better?
Don't worry.
Yes. I'm sorry for making you worry. Edelgard waves her hand.
Thank goodness.
I'm just glad Edelheid found you when she did. I'm not sure if you would have lasted much longer. Marsha sits down beside her. What were you talking about? Old memories, remembering all the chores we had to do when we were novices. Under the night sky, the knights' faces light up as they reminisce.
I still remember.
Ah, I remember. Carrying up those bundles of firewood that were nearly as tall as we were? Yeah, it was even our job most of the time. It wasn't even our job most of the time. Not every would-be knight had a pure heart. Some of the older novices would often slack off and bully the younger kids into doing their work. All the way up the hill, 3 or 4 of us at the time, and the bundles would never hold together. I remember we'd try to chase the ones that fell out as they rolled off the side, tumbling into the woods. The 2 young novices would simply sit at the edge of the slope and sigh. I always loved the stories you told about them. Those falling pieces were actually adventurous wood sprites we had freed from their roots, and now they were traveling to the distant lands. They would talk to the wind, do battle with legions of insects and beasts, float along rivers, and eventually rest on a shore, waiting for a new journey to begin. What can I say? I've always enjoyed a knightly adventure. They laugh together like old friends, like sisters. Under the hospital eaves, the branch in the courtyard acts as a silent witness, holding on to their memories. A breeze passes through, and those memories drift away bit by bit into the night.
I miss those days so much, Marsha.
when even the most trivial of things carried an unquestioned meaning.
Marsha may still have that trauma of being an orphan because orphans are often ridiculed for being there. Internalize the parents' fault as being I was too weak. I have / earned a family. Maybe I'm reading too much into her. No, I think you're right. I think you're probably onto something about Marsha. Just like Adelheid mentioned, Marsha probably is trying to compensate and try to prove herself and prove her worth to others, even though others already know her worth, basically. And hello, Charo Master. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well. Who's the pretty lady? A redhead nurse, yes please. Well, she is indeed a redhead and a nurse, and her name is Marsha. She is a German knight from around the year 1890, technically speaking. That is where she hails from. And she is pretty nice, I guess. Oh, and she has a girlfriend named Sentinel, who is a gargoyle. I suppose there is that too about her.
Everything was in perfect order.
Every bundle of wood had its purpose, even if it was only meant to warm a study room. It should be as simple as that. Knights that set out to fight for justice and wander the land, returning laden with treasures and glory. This was the story they wanted for themselves. Back then, they couldn't or wouldn't imagine any other end. Have you spoken to the Grand Master? I have. We're all concerned with what we should do next.
Marsha, you found your own path, haven't you?
There is a trace of envy in her eyes as she says it. You know, Hilda, ever since I met Adelheid again, I've started dreaming of the old days. Marsha opens her hand as if turning the pages of a book. Dreams that have left me, dreams that have let me relive my past, the good and the bad.
One thing is certain. Though I traveled far, I never strayed from the right path.
Seeing things here, I think that true... Oh my god. Seeing things here, I think that's true of the Knights of Hochland as well. Marsha glances around at the end of her words. Hilde, where is Adelheid? Oh no, did she disappear? Had to be continued. German beauty? Well, I don't think every German woman looks like Marsha. At least not as far as I could tell when I was in Germany myself, but she do be beautiful indeed. Damn, Falstart? I had no idea she's less. I have no idea what that sentence means. I don't know what Falstart means. And had no idea she's less? Lise? I'm confused. I've done the same shit Marsha has done, trying to burn yourself at both ends for recognition. Just in my case, it actually did burn me out. I mean, I think she's been burnt as well, but she doesn't quite recognize it because, what do you call that? What do you call that? She doesn't see it as such, but like, what just happened, you know, in the storage room where she was burning herself up, etc. In my opinion, that is her burning herself up, and it's, again, not great, but I do understand where she's coming from, and I have an inkling of an understanding of where you might be coming from. Lesbian? Oh, okay. The problem is that for me, les is a French word, les, which means the, but plural. So for me, I was like, is that a self-contained word? But okay. I mean, well, yeah, no, we can say that it is not so subtle between Marsha and Sentinel. Damn false start. But why are you talking about a false start? She's handling it better than most. she was lucky that the other knights were there, I would say, because otherwise, just like Hildegard said, she might not have lasted longer than that, so she might have died. So, is she truly handling it better than others? Not sure. I mean, probably better than some. Better than most, I don't know. The Burden of Glory, Stage 8. Hopefully this is the last stage, right? Usually we have 8 stages for stories. Outside the combat hospital. Marsha finds the knight a short walk from the hospital, sitting in quiet contemplation at the edge of a field. She sits down near her without intruding. The knight sits among the bending tall grass like an old stone, as if she had always been there. To sit in silence and send the mind to quiet is an essential virtue for a knight. In contemplation, we may search our resolve and explore the depths of our belief. It was a lecture she had heard before, and the message was clear. So, for some time longer, they sit together in silence, accompanied only by the rustle of the autumn wind.
However,
with our training, we can sometimes forget that we do need to use arcane skills to quiet our emotion. Sometimes it is better to do battle with the trouble in our hearts instead of pushing it away. What is that? What is it that you're fighting, Adelheid? Well, I was like, what a nice girl, maybe a waifu material, but she's lesbian, so false start. I mean, she could be, what do you call that? She could be bi, that we have no idea. We do know about her relationship with Sentinel, but technically speaking, we have no idea if she might not be interested in men as well. That remains up in the air. I mean, she didn't straight up kill herself with it, gave herself enough mercy to be found and saved. That ain't much. Yes, that's a thing, but it is really a tiny thing in my opinion. That makes her marginally better at handling it than others, but is really a tiny margin. Regret. When I saw our knights outside the hospital, I was relieved, overjoyed to have found some of our lost comrades. But though we saved these people, we left Rayova. Let mana slip through our hands.
I can hardly believe it.
I cannot find a center between my joy and my despair. Now the path ahead for our order seems more unclear than ever before. We made the right decision based on what we knew. I did, and I am greatly heartened to have found Hildegard and the others. That is itself a blessing.
However...
But they did not come here for me. I did not know they were here. I didn't even know they were alive. Our order has no home and no direction. It has only magnified my disgrace.
There's no need.
I know the burdens of command weigh heavy on you, sister, but you must not be so harsh on yourself. You were given responsibility for an organization that was already falling to ruin. Its troubles are not of your making. There is little solace in that. But though I may not have created these troubles, I have been a steward over them and stubbornly refused to fix them. And I think I found the reason. I am in search of an answer, not just for the Order, but for my own sake. Who is responsible for the Order's downfall? A cruel question. Manus Vindictae. That answer is too easy. To blame an enemy for our downfall is a hollow excuse. Shall I blame the Kaiser, the military, the state? How long have we served the rulers of this land and never once doubted their authority? But I fear the truth is all that too simple. The Order has grown outdated. The age of chivalry is long over. We've always been a mere remnant. The horrors of this war come as a long-awaited death knell.
But
Adelheid raises her hand, stopping Marsha.
Back then,
When I found you in that storage room, I was filled with guilt and regret. I felt the same way the day I heard you of your death. I will never regret saving you from the snow, child. But perhaps I was wrong to bring you to the Order. You could have lived some happy life with a normal family. Instead, we forced you to suppress your nature, molded you into a warrior, and convinced you it was your duty to give your life for the sake of our vows. A silent grief strikes Marsha's heart. Adelheid has carried her death all this time.
Adelheid.
I'm sorry I didn't tell you then. I shouldn't have let you carry that
This
guilt.
is my choice.
I don't regret becoming a knight, Adelheid. My days with the Order has given me the most precious gift. It is the character you, Adelheid, and the Order gave to me that has kept me from despair in the face of horror. It is my vows that kept me on my path, and when the way is narrow and the road uneasy. Marsha turns to Adelheid, closing in toward her, meeting her face, and
I understand.
I can see your resolve. Once we brought your temperature down, I left to help the others.
However,
I feel as though I looked away only a moment before you were right back up, tending to the wounded as if you had forgotten you had nearly died. You may only have the pauldrons now, but you are as true a knight as any of us. A worthy sister of the Hochland Order. The false start is assuming that any waifu in this game is not Yuri. Fair enough, but like I've said, I mean, for most of these characters, technically speaking, yes, we do see the Yuri indeed, but we don't actually know, what do you call that? We don't actually know whether or not these women are 100% lesbians, or if they are bi, or if they have more of a nuanced approach to this whole thing. So, you know, we can still leave the door open for the sake of our headcanons. To be fair, most of our cast here are women. When Ezra turned out to be a boy, everyone was confused. True. True, I didn't really know Ezra was a boy until a bit later after his release. I was somewhat confused. Pretty interesting to hear her, of all people, consider that chivalry is over, because of the Chapter 12 trailer's line that the age of chivalry is over. I mean, it is true though, right? The organization they are a part of, it couldn't stay the same as it was, in my opinion, right? Oh, the age of cavalry is over? Oh, cavalry like horses, my bad. I read the same thing twice, that's on me. But both is true, right? Chivalry is over in the sense that the Order of Hochland, the way it used to work, doesn't really fit the times anymore. And the same thing is true with the cavalry, right? In 1920 and in this war, with some anti-aircraft weaponry and stuff like that. I mean, the anti-aircraft weaponry does not have anything to do with horses, but in the sense that, you know, they have more advanced weapon than they should have for 1920. The fact is that in those times, tanks were the big thing, right? Cars and tanks were the thing. Horses, they kind of lost their purpose, and just like knights kind of lost their purpose. So it is true, it does echo between the two concepts. Both kind of died at around the same time, I guess. Adelheid returns briefly to her contemplation, picturing the knights working tirelessly through the hospital, and Marsha stands among them. So I say to myself, see, Adelheid, chivalry has not faded after all. It can still be a shield that protects the weak and vulnerable of this age. Adelheid turns to meet Marsha's eyes, conviction and pride burning on her face.
Marsha.
As for the proposal you mentioned, this reimagining of the Order, I will consider it. Yeah, okay. I think I didn't finish my sentence properly, but what I wanted to mention is that the Order could not keep existing the way it used to, but it can evolve. Either it evolves or it dies. That's my opinion on this thing, on their organization. It has to change. It doesn't have to change completely drastically. It can still have, at its heart, the idea of helping people. But it might need to change the way it functions. Or the way it tries to achieve that. Hallway Combat Hospital. Pew pew pew. In the soft golden light of dawn, a transport convoy bearing the Foundation's logo arrives outside the hospital. Marsha finishes up her rotation through the ward, but on hearing the noise, she finds an unboarded window and leans out to get a view. Mr. Razor, good to see you finally arrived. The squad captain offers her a wordless nod before returning to unloading the vehicle. Behind him, people in grey and white checkered uniform carry supplies into the hospital as new medics rush in beside them. Ah, so they finally arrived. Nice. Reverend Mother, this is Mr. Razor from the Foundation. Marsha leads Irene over. Mr. Razor, we appreciate the Foundation's support. Your arrival is a long-awaited godsend.
Don't mention it.
We've got our orders. We'll begin by transferring all the heavily wounded out to a safer location.
Be ready.
In 4 days' time, there will be a train passing through the station nearby. Everyone else is to load up there for evacuation.
Don't worry.
I've been given permission to remain with you until that time. And once we evacuate, I will be accompanying the soldiers that wish to keep fighting in the Don region. We will be deployed to assist Xeno Cavalry Corps near Berigrad. Wonderful. I'll share the good news immediately. After Irene leaves, Razor turns back to Marsha. I should apologize. We have arrived much later than intended. I am not proud of that. I understand. Mr. Creyas informed me of the situation. We were delayed by Manus Vindictae.
And?
We ran into one of their
you.
own convoys along the way. It was heavily defended, but what they were transporting might just be of interest to you. Marsha's heart skips a beat.
Do you mean?
Yes, he means.
Follow me, please.
You should gather the knights first. It's kind of a nice coincidence that they happened upon that convoy. It is a nice coincidence, I suppose, but it is nice indeed. Side-eyes Razor? Why would you side-eyes Razor? Marsha summons her brothers and sisters, and they follow Razor out to the Foundation's parked convoy. Among the familiar liveries of the Foundation, one truck stands apart.
Oh,
Manus truck?
Exactly.
Correct. We had already gotten word that the hospital was secure, so we knew we had an opportunity. We decided to engage them, just to see what was worth all the fuss they put into defending it.
But...
We sent them packing and managed to seize the transports they were protecting, which led us to this one. During the inventory, we noticed that many of the items bore the seal of your order, Marsha. So, the Foundation authorized us to return these spoils to the Hochland Order.
What?
Adelheid steps forward in disbelief as Razor opens the door of the truck. Inside the dim interior lies dozens of covered paintings, stacks upon stacks of yellowed books and tomes, silverware and shattered dust-covered swords.
I can hardly believe it.
A ledger of the Hochland Order, candlesticks from the meeting hall and... Ah, shit. What is the name of Aragorn's sword in The Lord of the Rings? Ah, God, I can't remember the name of that sword, but made me think of that. Dude looks textbook turncoat design-wise. Just replace his colors with menaces? No, I mean, at least, what do you call that? Razor has been here since day one, basically. Razor has been here since day one. He has been a support, like his team has supported everyone and everything. We've seen him many times. Bro is what do you call that? Bro is bro, basically. I don't think he's going to turn indeed. Isildur? No, Isildur is the what do you call that? Is the guy, right? He's the guy who got the ring first, I think. Narsil or Andril. And yeah, Dan also said Andril, Flame of the West, Shadow Master. So I do believe it would be Andril then. I mean, if the two of you come up with that word, I would assume that. But if I recall correctly, Isildur is the guy who got the ring from Sauron, but refused to destroy it, right? I think. If I recall correctly. But I will take your word for it, because I have to admit, Andril, on the other hand, I did not remember at all. But yeah, you know, famous shattered sword that needs reforging and whatnot, you know, I feel like that's one. Narsil is the first name, and then it was renamed when it got reforged. Ah, do you mean like, at first it was Narsil, and then when yeah, because I do believe that it was reforged for Aragorn, right? So then he decided to rename it? Bro is bro? Yes, bro truly is bro. And just like Dan says, Razor is very loyal. We only fight him because Semmelweis briefly defected before rejoining the Foundation. Yeah, but that, like, happened once, right? And, but at the end of the day, to be more specific, Razor is very loyal to the Foundation, right? If, for some reason, like for instance, Semmelweis briefly defecting or something like that, if you decide to fight the Foundation, he will probably choose to fight for the Foundation against you. So he's loyal to the Foundation itself, I think. Not him, Elrond renamed it. Oh, okay. I guess, was it kind of like a, to symbolize the burying of the past tarnished history of that sword or something like that? And it was meant to be a new symbol or something like that? A sword forged of a... Oh wow. A sword forged of patterned steel rests among them. Its hilt is wrapped in black horsehide. The blade fractured into several pieces. The familiar Latin inscription can still be made out along the broken blade. That's Herman's sword, the one that vanished after his death. Adelheid gathers the broken blade into her arms. Her fingers runs along the edge lightly, and a thin line of blood wells up. A dim, dark blue shimmer ripples across the sword. Herman's arcane skill, bound to the blade and awakened by blood, reveals the truth. Herman used this sword in the fight with Manus Vindictae, leaving traces of their incantation on it. They must have taken it to hide any evidence of their involvement. A long-rumored secret finally lays itself bare. Behind Adelheid, the knights drive their swords into the earth, hands resting on the hilts, head bowed in silence. Marsha puts her hand together and offers a quiet prayer for her old grandmaster.
But...
We didn't recognize the sword at first, but we found the author's name on some of those books and documents, though we knew for sure after we saw this. Razor pulls away the velvet and after the dust settles, the solemn and sacred past appears on display in front of them. Oh, the velvet cloth covering the painting. Well, if it's a painting of a beautiful lady, I shall happily take a screenshot of that. Not him. Elrond renamed it. Oh no, I read that already. My bad. He isn't very happy to fight Sam'el though. Was it the case? I mean, I guess he's not happy to fight a former colleague, right? I'm not saying that he would gleefully fight anyone and everyone on behalf of the Foundation, but I do believe that his loyalty lies first and foremost to the Foundation. And then, I mean, if I would assume if he could have avoided the fight, he probably would have. But if I recall correctly, he had orders, right? I think. After the dust settles, the solemn and sacred past appears on display in front of them.
Oh, this is...
That's Marsha's dubbing ceremony. I remember we had a painter staying with us at the castle. He painted the ceremony to repay us for our hospitality. That was the day Marsha took her vows as a knight. To have such a moment memorialized in a painting is a rare honor, yet by coincidence, Marsha's knighting was preserved forever. A moment that belonged not just to her, but to all the knights of her order. Every knight once stood in that same place during the dubbing ceremony. They pledged vows before their new brothers and sisters and waited for the sword, the very symbol of knighthood, to rest on their shoulders. They vowed to hold the Hochland altar in reverence, to defend it faithfully. I vow to keep this oath without deceit, to heed the statutes of virtue, and to honor the counsel of my brethren.
Bis zum Tage meines Todes.
Marsha murmurs her oaths beneath her breath, blotted by the memory.
All the training I've done was in service of that day.
The day I became a knight. In the painting, Marsha's expression is solemn. She wears her ceremonial attire. Her folded hands tell of her expectation for the glory to come. Countless faces of knights living in and fallen seem as though they could perfectly overlap with the girl's face. Knights departed from O.S. Schloss after the dubbing ceremony, carrying out their duties under the Grand Master's command.
We looked forward to it.
We looked ahead to our future missions, eager to prove ourselves, to return with glory earned by our swords. Until then, knightly glory was laid to waste beneath the withering scythe of a machine gun fire. Now the ones that survive wander without purpose around its grave. But the young woman in that painting walks a different path, a narrow one, defined by her vows but no longer constrained by them. A path too small for steeds to charge, too tight for armor to pass. So she releases her horse, lays down her sword, and packs away her breastplate. Yet she keeps her pauldrons. Their silvery steel gleams as a guide, like the North Star, a reminder of what matters.
The Order.
The Knights of Hochland must begin anew. As the painting is uncovered, the distance between past and present clears away the dust of history. It opens a bloody wound left untended, a rift that has kept them divided and weak. Adelheid removes her cloak and gently covers the broken sword.
I can hardly believe it.
I never would have dared to dream this sword could be recovered. Stranger still for it to have been found and returned by an organization she had long distrusted. Though the sword is far from our Order's most precious relic, it's possible all of the items of true value are gone forever. But it doesn't matter. The painting before them once proudly adorned their home's stone corridor. The candlesticks once burned in the meeting hall, witnessing the knights' worship and prayer. Apart from that sword, the rest of the items are humble things from the castle. Yet, though they may be of little worth, they are rich in memories, not all of them glorious, but small, tangible, and real.
However...
Even so, I feel our treasure has been restored. Just like the shield Starsh gave Adelheid, the one she carries at her waist.
What defines a knight?
Adelheid asks herself. To uphold our values and never to bow to evil. To honor our brethren alive and dead through our words and our deeds.
It's more of a burden than an honor.
You told me that after the dobbing ceremony. Marsha walks up to her mentor and comrades in arms.
Yes.
Knight's path is not one of extravagance and luxury. We learn to endure hardship and live simply, to keep our minds fixed on justice. Adelheid looks deep into Marsha's eyes. The future knighthood in her vision stands right before her. The answer is within reach. Adelheid turns and faces the others. Brothers and sisters, after we leave this hospital, we will search for our scattered comrades.
Well then.
Along the way, I intend to follow Sister Marsha's advice. This age does not need mounted warriors, but it still needs the Order. We will find a new purpose, to help the vulnerable, to heal the sick, and to care for the wounded as we once did in old days. The knights will distance themselves from the wicked games of war. We shall return to where we first
Von
began.
diesem Tage an kämpfen wir nur noch, Leben zu retten, vor der Sichel des Todes.
Our efforts will no longer be confined by nationality or creed. A murmur ripples through the nights, yet not a single voice rises in opposition. Marsha listens quietly, surprised. We will follow wherever you lead, Adelheid. But this is a significant change.
Well then.
That may be so, but I am the acting Grand Master, though it is my vision. I will convene a meeting of the Order so that we might decide our path together. Adelheid looks at Razor.
What if...
If the Order chooses this path, there may come a day when we will seek to collaborate with the Foundation, provided the Foundation remains what it is today. The squad leader bows his head in respectful agreement.
May the peace be with us.
I mean, yes, but also, she doesn't know about the Foundation's secrets, right? If she knew what Igor knew, I think she would have changed her opinion on the matter. Even when wars changed, some old ways were still valid. Let's say valid. During wars, they still carried katanas, and they were like modern samurai, still highly skilled in sword fighting. I mean, yeah, but like, I doubt they would use their swords all that often, or it would have to be in very specific scenarios, because like the game mentioned at some point, like the katana is not going to do much against a machine gun, right? So yes, they are somewhat valid, but also very dependent on the circumstance. Nowadays, try fighting a war with a katana. I don't think you're gonna go very far, right? So, all the ways need to change and, what do you call that? And, be updated to what is the current reality of the world. They used it more often than you think in the jungles. Yeah, but again, like I said, specific scenario. Right? Because, like, not everything, especially in nowadays fighting, I don't think katanas would do all that well. Yes, in close quarters combat, it might work, and even then, if you have time to just pull up your pistol instead, I would take a pistol over a katana. If you have the time, it depends on the circumstance as well. Sure as hell won't work versus a fucking drone. Yeah, like I said, katanas might work in very specific circumstances, but in wars nowadays, most of the time is not going to be the case. A katana is still faster than drawing a pistol. Depends on the person. As unbelievable as it sounds, It depends on the person, because I've seen both, and there are actual competition for both. Competitions for people who try to unsheath their katana the fastest, and competition for fast shooters as well. Even for an untrained person, I kind of highly doubt it. Being able to unsheath a sword and being able to use it properly afterwards versus a gun, I highly doubt it. But either way, it will be very much dependent on the individual. Those katana also sucked, mass-produced, worlds apart from their traditional artisanship. That is another point indeed, because war is definitely scaled up, and at some point you have to mass-produce stuff, right? You don't really have a choice. You can't wait for good old blacksmiths to do swords one at a time. They were basically stamped swords. Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. Like I said, logistically speaking, you can't wait for the highest of skilled blacksmith to forge the weapon you want 200,000 times or something like that. You kind of need to have lesser skilled blacksmiths pumping out generic swords, kind of, right? That are to a lesser degree, not as good, right? Sister Marsha.
You will serve as the bridge between the Order and the Foundation.
Should that day come, I hope that you will be as you have been, a bridge between our organizations.
I'll do my best.
I will, Grandmaster. The simple words are said as a solemn oath. Yeah, but you don't exactly have a lot of time to train Yaido when you're thrown into the meat grinder. That too. Because you do mention a good point, training, like specifically with the sword. It's but despite that, you can draw a blade faster than a gun, as counterintuitive as it sounds. And a pistol, you have to aim. Well, I mean, it kind of depends. If you're really close to the person, and like, because we mentioned close quarters combat, right? A blade, you can just swing randomly. Again, it depends on the distance you're at with the person, right? Because also keep in mind that if the two people are way too close to each other, you're going to have a very hard time actually drawing your sword, right? So it depends on a myriad of factors. But overall, there is a reason why armies no longer carry katanas or no longer carry swords. If they were so effective, we would be carrying them still. Because war is all about efficiency, right? Or they try to be. It depends on the strategy, I suppose. But if it were effective, we would be using those things. Tactics changed. Yes, that's exactly my whole point since the beginning, is that you have to evolve your traditions with the tactics, with the times, with the technology. You can't just keep doing the same thing over and over again, because it simply won't work. You are being trained to not get into CQC. Yeah, because it's more dangerous. Like I said, tactics have evolved alongside the technology. If I have the option to shoot you from 100 meters away, without you being even able to see me, why on earth would I go and draw a katana next to your face? There is no reason. It is not effective. Why do you think oftentimes nowadays wars are not even fought with soldiers on the ground, but oftentimes they start with just bombardments from the sky? Because you don't have to risk people's lives. So again, what do you do with a katana in your fighter jet? You don't. And katana is just the example because Charter Master mentioned it. But the point is, these things no longer are as valid as they once were. Assuming you have equal skill with a blade and a gun, the gun still wins due to range. Also, protective walls aren't really built anymore because of air forces. Taking similar skill into consideration, you would lose your hand or just fall on the ground choking before you can draw your gun. Been training with swords and knives for 15 years, so no, I know what I'm talking about. Yeah, but again, it depends on where you stand against the person, doesn't it? Because the range of a sword is not infinite. You still need to get in range to actually cut the person, right? But if the person in front of you is slightly outside of your range, just enough for them to have time to draw their weapon, their gun, before you actually reach them, then you're dead. And they can be far, even way further away. Whereas with your knife or your sword, whatever you want to use, you always will have to close the distance. Something that you don't need to do with a gun. There is no need, because the gun closes the distance with you. You overestimate average person reaction time. I'm not talking about an average person, I'm talking about a soldier. We are talking about war here, not about an average Joe. I'm not talking about myself. I would die, regardless of whether I have a gun or a knife. Either way, I'm dead. And I do consider myself average. A soldier is usually an average Joe. Depends on the training they've received. Like, do soldiers just do nothing? Are they not trained for combat? Like, I think they would know more than I do how to behave in such a situation. Because if you tell me they don't, then what the fuck is the army for? Which is oftentimes not a lot of training when it's an emergency. But there are standing armies, aren't there? If you're in a building, so CQB, swords are faster even if you have to close the distance a bit. Yeah, but like for instance, if I'm in my room, if you're on one side of my room and I am on the other side of the room, I think I would still have the advantage. If now you close the distance a bit from that, yes, but again, all I have to do is try to back away as much as I can from you, right? So it will all depend on the distance when you start drawing for your blade. You can close that distance, it depends on the distance, again. Because it depends on the room you're in, and if the room is big enough, there might not be a possibility for you to close the distance before someone draws your weapon. Some standing army, not a lot. Some standing army, not a lot. I don't fully understand that sentence. You can reach that, you can close that distance. Again, yeah, but what distance are you talking about? Is it 2 meters, 3 meters, 10 meters? If you tell me you can cover 25 meters before I get to my gun, like, bro, how slow do you think I am? 4 meters. Above that, the shooter is at an advantage. Yeah, and in many rooms, there can be more than 4 meters between each wall. So there are a lot of potential for a person to be outside of the range of a swordsman. And even then, you pulled the 4 meters number, I don't know from where, but I'll take your word for it right now. But at the end of the day, it will depend on where you're at exactly, right? Why the sword wielding should be skilled enough, but the gun wielder not? I'm not sure I understand the question. The sword wielder wielding should be skilled enough, but the gun wielder not? I mean, if they are both soldiers part of an army, I would assume they are both trained to use their respective weapons. Because otherwise then it's kind of more complicated. Usually the sword wielder in our modern era would be a very niche thing. Yeah, it is as I said. Everything you guys have been describing is a very niche thing. Hence why we no longer see them in wars. Like, all of what you've mentioned. I don't deny their existence, I don't deny the possibility, but what I'm talking about is the fact that 99% of the military does not use swords. nowadays. The practices, the tactics, everything has changed and evolved because they are no longer up to date compared to everything else we have. So, again, you guys are trying to put a shine on something that is infinitely small compared to the rest of what an army uses. And again, it does exist, but it is not the majority of cases, far from it. A breeze sweeps across the plains carrying the crisp scent of late autumn frost. As it passes through them, it seems to strip away the dust that has gathered on their odor. The morning light shines on them, promise of a new day, a new beginning. Marsha raises her hand before her eyes. The brilliant dawn spills in through her fingertips.
What a good day it is.
It is. I said Anya because I no longer have water. Oh wait, I have water. I still have water. Then the gun wielder will not be surprised and will shoot a nearby target without the need to aim. Kinda, you still need to point it in the general direction. Well, I'm assuming the gunman, the person with a gun, is facing his enemy, right? If he is that close to the swordsman, I would assume the aim is somewhere in the general vicinity of in front of him, right? I'm guessing he's not going to aim for the swordsman hand or something like that. He's just going to aim towards his body, and the body does take quite some space. So I don't think he will need to take all that long to focus and aim very specifically at a small target because the person is relatively close, right? He won't ADS, aim down sights. He will definitely aim center-ish mass. Yeah, he will aim from the hip. Like, why would you don't have the time to aim down sights? Like you guys mentioned, it is close quarters combat. You don't have time to do that. So you pull the gun and you aim the best you can towards the general direction. Still, if you shoot randomly, it can be enough to stop the opponent. There is that too, Shadow Master. Even if you don't hit the enemy, it might just shooting in his direction is can be enough to make them hesitate, to make them afraid, to make them go the other way, or they might push forward, of course, but anything can happen at that point. At 4 meters, you got no time to aim down sights. Yeah, no, I would assume so. I never assumed that you would aim down sights in a close quarters combat situation. Because, like, I don't see how you have the time to do that. The end. 'Tis the end. In the name of chivalry. Let me grant my rewards. Num num num. There we go. We have finished that. And tomorrow we have... Wait. Huh? Oh, right, it's an anecdote, so I suppose. It's called In the Shadow of the Mountains. Wait, we're going mountainside now? Okay. Okay. But yeah. I decided that tomorrow we would do, what do you call that? We would do Moldir story because it ends in 9 days. And the thing is, 9 days from today would be next Saturday, basically, right? It would be next Saturday. Knowing that next Thursday we do have Igor coming out. Next week will also be a 5 days a week stream, right? We will have a stream on what do you call that, on Sunday, so it will be a long ass week for me. So I'd rather not have to do 2 unvoiced quests in a long week like that. Plus, we have Honkai Star Rail and ZZZ's update. So next week we'll probably start with ZZZ's update because it updates on Tuesday for some reason. But wait. Oh wait. Yeah, nah. Yeah, no, it's better for us to do that then. Shoot. Okay, yeah, sorry. I'm trying to think about the what do you call that? About the schedule here. So tomorrow we do Moldier. Friday we do. Oh right, okay. Friday we do Wuthering Waves Part 1. I would assume we are not going to finish it in one stream. So Friday we do Part 1 of Wuthering Waves. Saturday we have our weekly episode of the Messel Mage. Next Wednesday we finish Wuthering Waves. Thursday we can do Igor. Friday, Saturday we do Zenla Zone 0. Yeah. Sunday we do Baldur's Gate. The week after that we can do Honkai Star Rail. Okay. I have what do you call that? More or less a plan. But yeah, tomorrow we'll be doing Moldier's story. And by the way, I have to mention I did enjoy In the Name of Chivalry, Marsha's story quest. I won't say that it was like the quest that moved me the most. I won't say that, but it was an interesting story and an interesting aspect of her life, I suppose. And armies use knives a lot though, but that's on higher levels. Guns show your position and keep it stealthy is paramount sometimes. Yeah, but again, that is specific scenarios, and knives are, in my opinion, preferable, especially like in close quarters combat, because the advantage of a sword is having a sword, but the disadvantage of a sword is having to be able to draw it fully, you know what I mean? If the person is like literally in your face, you will not have the what do you call that, the range to just grab the full-on sword and unsheath it, right? So that's why I think knives are better, because, you know, if you are in that range, at the very least you can still pull out the knife. If you're not, then you would probably pull out the gun. But again, here you're always pointing out at marginal things, right? That's where pommel strikes are for. Yeah, but come on, brother, you keep just mentioning things that like, yes, they exist, but they are, again, the exception, not the rule. So I'm just like, I'm not talking about the exception here. I'm talking about the rule. The rule is katanas, swords, they've all been phased out of the army. That is just a fact. Knives are still present, but the katanas and sword have been mostly phased out of the army, and there is a reason for that. You assume the dude won't drop from getting hit, and yes, I know some people have taken rifle rounds to the chest and kept going, but would you want to try getting shot by a 9mm? No, because again, we're not talking about me. You guys are you guys just keep missing my points every time. I'm not talking about me, and I'm not talking about fringe cases. I'm talking about trained soldiers, and I'm talking about the majority of trained soldiers. So you guys are just completely missing the point that I'm making here. We're at this point not in an era of honorable fights. Fights have not been honorable ever, really. Some fights have been honorable, sure, but most fights have never been about honor. Most fights have just been about surviving, man. Sorry Al, my phone died and I was in a wedding ceremony. Oh, in-game. Okay. Congrats for the wedding. I don't know who got married in-game, but congratulations to them. And no worries, but I will mention later that we are reaching the end of today's stream. My voice is kind of dying. Hopefully, I will rest enough until tomorrow, because tomorrow we do be going to do. There we go. Into the Shadows. Can I click on this? Anya, go back. I thought I could just enter to see what it looked like, so I could see how many stages there were. Usually there are also 8, I think, in Anecdotes, but well, I guess the game doesn't want to tell me that. Anyway, like I said, we are going to end the stream right now. I am tired, it is past midnight, so I am going to leave you all. I wish you all a great rest of your day, rest of your night. I shall see you all tomorrow back at 6 PM Central European Standard Time. In the meantime, I am going to go and take care of my vocal cords. There you go. Trained soldiers of today versus trained soldiers of 200 years ago aren't the same. Yancharo understand combat a bit historically. He even has personal experience, so that's why we're saying what we're saying. Yeah, I get it, but again, I'm not talking about 200 years ago. I was talking about today. So you guys are again missing the point. I understand what you're saying, and I do agree that it does exist, and it has existed in the past, but nowadays it's no longer the case. Have a good one. See you. Thank you, Dan. And same to you, and same to Sparta. Have a good night. Thank you very much. A good night to you guys as well. I thank you all for watching, and thank you for the follows and the subscriptions today. That was very much appreciated. I shall see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
May the birds soar from their cage, sunbeams filter through the foliage, flames grow with immortal courage. And I hope you won't be tainted by fate, nothing to fear, so go alone. By the grace of pain, hundreds of times you'll fight.